Good afternoon, everyone. Please check your microphones before starting the conference. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أهلين دكتور يوسف، الله يعطيك الصحة ويبارك فيك.
الله يسلمك، كيف حالك دكتور؟ كيف حال صحتك؟
72 كيلو. Pure 72 kilograms. بارك الله فيكم.
For the attendance of yesterday on Facebook was more than 2,000 people, in addition to the TV channels. So maybe 10,000 of people actually were live yesterday watching the first session. Yesterday's session was just only for the keynote speakers, 3 from the United States and 1 from South Korea. And everything yesterday actually went well, and it's recorded on the Facebook page of the Democratic Arab Center. If you like to watch, it's about maybe 3 hours, started from 5 Libyan time, that's 3 p.m. I think, Greenwich time till 9. Yeah, it's almost 4 hours, yes, 4 hours. How are you, Dr. Fawzia? How are you, Dr. Jihad?
Good, thank you.
Yes,
My pleasure to have this meeting with you.
That's good to see you. How are you, Dr. Jihad?
Thank you.
I'm fine, doing well. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Well, that's a great advantage that we have a huge audience.
Yeah, more than 2,000. Yes, in Facebook, more than 2,000. You know that for the Zoom, just only specific people that they are allowed to get in because of the hackers. But on the Facebook, more than 2,000 actually were watching live the session. It was amazing yesterday. Was a good day. In fact, we enjoyed a lot.
Hopefully that will continue with the rest of the days.
Inshallah, inshallah ta'ala, ya Rabbi, ya Rabbi.
Ya Rab, hopefully, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah ta'ala, inshallah.
Well, it's good the chance we exchange ideas, successful experiences from each other.
Yeah. Of course, yes. Hello, Dr. Mohsen. How are you, bro? We have a lot of academic meetings. Actually, personally, I did about 5 academic sessions regarding various types of academic, let's say, issues, such as the last one that I did is dyslexia, and before that, translation of the Holy Quran, translation of the holy books. And hello, Dr. Nashat. Hello, Dr. Hello, Dr. Suhaib.
مساء الخير دكتور، اسعد الله اوقاتكم جميعا.
مساء النور يا دكتور سهيب، كيف حالك يا دكتور سهيب؟
الحمد لله، ربنا يحفظك.
ان شاء الله ربي يوفقك يا دكتور في في برنامجك.
يحفظك، شكرا لك.
أهلا دكتور كريم، ما شاء الله عليك، ربي يحفظك دكتور كريم. حقيقة أمس كانت جلسة رائعة جدا، وبارك الله فيكم في مجهوداتكم. حقيقة أنت من وراء الشاشة، لكن حقيقة كانت تغطية ممتازة جدا والله.
هذا من فضل تنظيمكم دكتور، شكرا. Thank you very
بارك
much.
الله فيك، هذا من جهدكم الرائع دكتور، شكرا لك.
الجنود المجهولون الموجودون خلف الشاشة، لكن الله يبارك فيكم ويرحم والديكم. حقيقة يعني كفيتوا ووفيتوا الأمس حقيقة يعني. وهذا ليس بغريب. أنا حقيقة دكتور كريم دائما متعب السهر في معايا لما يكون فيها. نتمنى أنه
يا همام.
جيسيكا، طبعا جيسيكا كلمتني ممتنة من البرنامج، لكن اليوم كان عندها اجتماع مش حتحضر، لكن غدا إن شاء الله حتحضر معنا الجلسات إن شاء الله.
دكتور كريم، الصوت مسموع؟
الصوت مسموع يا دكتور صهيب؟
تمام، تم الاستلام.
دكتور صهيب
تم الاستلام.
Recording.
الله يسعد مساكم جميعا.
مساء الورد، اهلا وسهلا.
كيف حالك دكتور صهيب؟
الحمد لله، ربنا يحفظك.
السلام مساكم، السلام عليكم اخواني.
عليكم السلام ورحمه الله. انا دكتور ماجد.
حياكم الله. ان شاء الله ان 2 minutes، احنا في دقيقتين ان شاء الله راح نبلش
ان شاء الله.
دكتور صهيب، تواصلت مع الدكتور احمد ماهر. الورقه العلميه رقم 3 في جلسه الدكتوره امل ملغيه، هيك افادوا المشاركين في الورقه بعد تعذر ارسال الماده للدكتور جابر لعمل البرزنتيشن بالنيابه عنهم.
دكتور لا دكتور ماجد. دكتور ماجد،
امين تفضل.
انا لا عملت حسابي هيك وجهزت لهم البرزنتيشن وكل شيء يعني، فدم بدر
هيك انا دكتور. نعم انا فهمت من الدكتور احمد ماهر هذا الحكي قبل
صحيح
شوي.
هو الدكتور احمد ماهر قال هم مش حيقدروا يبعثوا باوربوينت برزنتيشن، لكن الورقه حتضل.
طيب اتصل لو سمحت في الدكتوره امل، احكي لها هيك اخر المستجدات على اساس تقدم الورقه في موعدها بالاسماء الموجوده عندها في الجدول، وتقول انه يقدمها بالنيابه عنهم الدكتور جابر شويش حسب الاسماء الموجوده في جدول المؤتمر. يا دكتور لو سمحت تواصل معنا على اساس
مع الدكتوره امل نتشه.
أوكي. نعم هي رئيسه الجلسه.
تمام.
الله مساك دكتور محسن.
اهلا وسهلا، مرحبا.
حياك الله واهلا وسهلا فيك وفرصه سعيده ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله يعطيك الصحه.
اهلا وسهلا. ان شاء الله خلال دقيقه احنا بننتظر دخول الدكتور براكاش كونا، بروفيسور براكاش كونا من الهند. في دقيقتين ان شاء الله رح نستأنف نفتتح الجلسه. اسعد الله مساكم.
ان شاء الله.
مساء الخير جميعا، الصوت مسموع؟
مساء الخير، مسموع.
مساء الخير.
اسعد الله مساك دكتور يوسف.
أسعد الله مساك دكتور ماجد، بارك الله فيك. كانت حقيقة أمس جلسة رائعة تنظيميا وأنت شفت على الفيس تقريبا أكثر من 2000 مشاهد كانوا يشاهدوا فينا.
بجهودكم دكتور، بارك الله فيكم. بارك الله فيكم.
الله فيك. أنا نحاول نتصل تو أحمد ماهر، نتأكد ديش أمل أنا شخصيا شفته حتشارك.
دكتور أنا حكيت مع دكتور أحمد ماهر. على كل حال في نهاية المطاف هم ما بعتوش الورقة، لكن دكتور جابر تبرع إنه هو راح يعمل البرزنتيشن بالنيابة عنهم.
بس احنا ما نبغاش الورقة يا دكتور، نحن نبغى البرزنتيشن.
هلا حتى ما بعتوش البرزنتيشن، لكن دكتور جابر أخرج جزئية معينة وراح يتمكن من إلقاء الورقة بالنيابة عنهم بطريقته الخاصة. هيك آخر شيء فهمنا من الدكتور جابر.
لا احنا نتاكد، لان هي حتلقي، مش شرط انها تجيب الورقه كلها.
اذا في مجال يا ريت هي راح تكون معنا هي في الجلسه الثانيه. لحين بدء الجلسه الثانيه بتكون انت رتبت الموضوع بطريقتك يا دكتور يوسف. بارك الله فيك.
الله يسلمك دكتور، الله يسلمك.
أوه لا هيك أنا مغطي.
الخلفية الجميلة يا دكتور جهاد، خلفية جميلة جدا. الباك جراوند عندك. اسعد الله مساك.
بارك الله فيك دكتور ماجد، حياكم الله. يا هلا بالجميع، بارك الله في جهودكم إن شاء الله.
اهلا وسهلا.
والله جيد إنه من أقطار مختلفة قاعدين مع بعضنا، وهذه من فوائد الكوفيد 19، من الادفانتجز تبعتها. But unfortunately we had to do that. انجبرنا. Not by our choice. لعله خير.
الله كريم، الله كريم يا دكتور.
دكتور
يسعد مساك دكتور ماجد. صوتك.
نحن ننطلق في دقائق. اسعد الله مساك دكتور نشأت الجميع، حياكم الله.
رتبت الامر يا دكتور ماجد.
حياكم الله تعالى، حياكم الله.
ان شاء الله خلال دقيقه راح ينضم الان بروفيسور بركاش، راح ينضم لنا خلال اقل من دقيقه. دكتور يوسف بيتم ترتيب وضع الكلمه الثالثه في الجلسه الثانيه ان شاء الله، واكيد دكتور محسن جاهز لاداره الجلسه الثالثه باذن الله. فضل الله مساكم جميعا، وان شاء الله خلال دقيقه راح نبلش في افتتاح اليوم الثاني.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Prakash, you're welcome.
Hello, Majid, I cannot hear you.
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Professor Prakash, I can hear you. You hear me? بنحاول نضبط بعض الأمور الفنية مع بروفيسور بركاش.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We were hearing Prakash. Professor Prakash, we are hearing you.
Okay, shall I start?
Yes. You can hear me? You can hear me? السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساءكم جميعا في اليوم الثاني من المؤتمر الدولي. Very good day for all of you, dear colleagues from different universities all over the world. I appreciate your presence with us for the second day of our conference, Realities, Experiences, Challenges, and Remedies on Teaching and Learning English Translation and Literature in the Post-Pandemic Coronavirus Atmosphere in the World. I highly appreciate all for your efforts, particularly the Democratic Arab Center, Berlin, who's organizing this event in collaboration with different universities and with different keynote speakers from all over the world. Yesterday we had a very nice, amazing talk and discussion, and today we will. I'm proud to present to you our keynote speaker for today, Professor Prakash Kona. Kona is a writer and a researcher in teaching English literature in English and Foreign Languages University in the state of Hyderabad, India. The title of his speech will be Finding the Past and the Future in the Present.
Majid, shall I speak?
Wait 1 second.
Shall I begin, Majid?
I am introducing you. Just 1 second, 2 seconds. Wait. Yes, 1 second. The title is Finding the Past and the Future in the Present, Role of Language, Literature, and Cultural Studies in Shaping the Creative Mind. While so much of the global focus on the pandemic, we have to realize that at some point in the future, this is going to be only an episode in the history of the 21st century. The bigger issues related to how we as teachers of language, literature, and cultural studies look at the role of technology in relation to the human presence in the classroom will continue after the pandemic has come to an end. The talk will center on how, as teachers, we are able to link the past with the present in shaping the creative minds of the students in the classroom. I would like to, on behalf of all of you, to welcome Professor Prakash Kona, a writer, researcher in teaching English and literature in the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Professor Kona completed his doctorate in the University of Mississippi. His thesis is comparative analysis of Derrida, Chomsky, and Wittgenstein. His areas of interest include Shakespeare, post-colonialism, world literature, and Afro-American literature. You're welcome, Professor Kona. Yes, carry on. You can start your speech. Yes, please. Yes, please, Professor Kona. Speak. Start. Yes, please. Professor Kona. Yes, carry on. It seems that's some sound problem, but I'll try to just send him something on the chat so he can start speaking. Professor Kona, you please carry on. Speak. Yes.
Majid, I'm unable to hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Speak, speak. Yes, speak.
So I can talk?
Yes.
Shall I talk?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, I would like to begin by thanking the Democratic Arab Center in Berlin, Germany, and the collaborating universities, the conference president, Professor Yusuf Zagwani Omar, the president of Al-Quds Open University, Professor Yunus Amar, the chair of the organizing committee and Dean Faculty of Arts, Professor Abdul Rauf Krevish, Al-Quds Open University, members of the Department of English Language and Literature, Faculty of Arts, Al-Quds Open University, and all the esteemed dignitaries and participants for giving me this opportunity to present my view to you on an important subject. Basically, I'll be reading my paper. Time frames are important when we study language, literature, translation, or cultural studies. In the case of this particular international conference, the time frame is the 21st century. In fact, very recently, we have begun to use the phrase post-pandemic or post-COVID a little more conveniently than we would use the word pre-pandemic or pre-COVID. Of course, the pre or a reference to an earlier period comes after the post or a later period. Years ago, I remember having a back pain. I divided my life into three phases: life before the back pain or pre-back pain, life during the back pain, and life after the back pain or post-back pain, which continues into the present. In other words, if there is a suffix post that is added to a word, there has to be a pre added to the same word. To take a more familiar example, we talk of colonial India, pre-colonial India, and post-colonial India. However, a disease, properly speaking, is never viewed as an historical event. It is rather seen as an interruption to an ongoing historical process. The influenza pandemic of 1918, popularly known as Spanish flu, took the lives of millions, most of them from British India. However, the defining events of the first half of the 20th century are the two world wars and the fall of the Ottoman Empire. The millions of deaths because of the Spanish flu seem to be a lesser event. Human-made disasters have a priority over natural disasters, despite the fact that both are related in some sense. People are a part of nature and nature is a part of human existence. Therefore, when we have to prepare ourselves as teachers of language and the arts for a post-pandemic world, it only means that we are aware that there is a major shift in teaching methods and methodologies for which we need to be ready. There is a shift both in our reality as well as in our perception of the reality. Think of an industry like tourism, which was booming before the pandemic and which has really suffered the brunt of the pandemic more than any other industry. Teaching language for the purposes of tourism might not be a priority for the next few years until the economic situation improves all over the world. Whatever might be the impact of the pandemic globally, one thing is for sure, that we want to go back to our normal life as quickly as possible. Therefore, though there is a pandemic operating in different waves in different countries, the assumption or rather hope is that very soon we are going to be in a post-pandemic world. This is particularly important for those of us who are teachers in the arts, humanities, and social sciences. Our job is to primarily make connections. We are constantly telling students how to connect. The connections operate variously. For instance, a language teacher tells the student how to connect ideas. A history teacher tells the student how to connect events. A psychology teacher tells the student how to connect thoughts. A philosophy teacher tells the student how to connect arguments. A literature teacher tells the student how to connect images. A translation teacher tells the student how to connect messages from different languages. A cultural studies teacher connects different ways of life. Just as we connect words to form sentences, our lives too are connected across countries and continents owing to modern technologies. The point that I find where we are most disconnected is in our relation with the past. In the first few years of the 21st century, I remember most people, including myself, using the term 20th century as if we were living in the past. This happened because for some strange reason, the 21st century seemed like a distant notion. Of course, eventually we got used to the idea that we were indeed into the 21st century. This should not come as a surprise because there are links within our physical and mental systems that connect the past with the future. To have an understanding of these links is important for any area of knowledge, whether in the sciences or in the humanities. It is perhaps as important for us who are teachers and students of language, literature, translation, or the study of culture to closely observe those trends that connect the past with the future. An understanding of trends is extremely important because as teachers, we are in a position to do two things. One is give students a bird's eye view of the subject. Another is the student needs to be motivated with logical reasons as to why he or she needs to acquire the knowledge of a particular area or discipline. I'm only making this point, because I remember, when we were studying, when I was studying my BA and MA, we never had too many questions to ask. It was almost understood that we had to study to get a job, and then you get married, you have children, and these things were sort of understood. But with students in the present, it's not that simple. Okay, it is a truism to say that languages evolve, and so do the methodologies we use to study language. When I studied English literature back in the 1980s, we did it mostly in a conventional manner. I want you to equate the word conventional with structured in the sense that everything was organized along expected lines. First and foremost, my teacher taught me to recognize the form of a Shakespeare sonnet and then venture into a close reading of the poem. Metaphor, simile, iron, paradox, and argument. These are the 5 elements we need to look for in a Shakespearean sonnet. This is not my view that I'm presenting to you, but rather my teacher's voice echoing through me. To this day, if I had to teach a Shakespeare sonnet, I do it in the manner that my teacher taught me in order to appreciate the multiple dimensions of a sonnet in addition to my own understanding of its complexities. When it came to language, a sound knowledge of grammar was considered essential, and speaking using the right kinds of expressions was viewed positively. Communication was something that defined the end user and had little or nothing to do with the teacher or student of language. The same logic applied to writing, which was more or less the prerogative of the person whose business it is to draft letters, like a secretarial writer, for example. The transition that began in the 1990s and continued into the 21st century with the arrival of internet-based technologies that largely prioritized communication skills at the expense of grammatical correctness and placed writing at the center of language learning. If I told my teacher from the 1980s that I was learning to communicate, 2 things would most likely have happened. One is that he or she would have been amused. Another is he or she would have told me to ensure that I was thorough with the rules of grammar. Let me add that this kind of formulaic style of teaching language using a grammatical rule, even if it seems out of fashion, continues to be popular in non-English speaking countries with fairly desirable results, and therefore need not be entirely discredited. So it's not a bad way to learn language. That's all I'm saying. We can learn the grammar and then learn the language. But of course, that is not, we don't practice it that way anymore. I'm not trying to say that grammatical rules are not important. They are, and they will continue to be so. But communication is a broader, multifaceted, and inclusive term. It is not merely learning the rules guiding the use of language. It is the very essence of how we use language. Think of something like gender neutral use of language in any act of communication. I keep reminding students all the time that terms like mankind are not representative of both men and women. The more appropriate term is humankind. Since gender neutral language is taken seriously globally, it is imperative that teachers and students are careful not to take this for granted. Aristotle would be under an obligation to rephrase his famous line, man is by nature a social animal, with people or individuals are by nature social animals. Rousseau as well, who began his The Social Contract with the line, men are born free, yet everywhere are in chains, would have to change his statement to, quote unquote, human beings are born free, yet are everywhere in chains. People are much more conscious of their identities than ever before, and extraordinary care has to be taken both in public and private communication, not to be caught in an unpleasant situation, or as the idiomatic expression goes, with your pants down, while making a joke, which you might think is very funny, but which somebody might find extremely offensive. You know, we have to be very, very careful these days. I'm sure you have this experience. Communication needs an understanding of the social and cultural background of the person or group that you're interacting with, as much, if not more than the grammar and the rules of language usage. Grammatical errors that appear in a language are pardoned, but errors of communication often come with a heavy cost. Let us remember that quote unquote workplace harassment also involves the use of language that could make someone uncomfortable. It is not simply about being politically correct, as in wanting to appear progressive before a receptive audience, but it is also about being ethically correct and inclusive at the same time. So the need to be inclusive is much greater now than ever before. We have to be very careful with the students' cultural and social background. Communication is as broad as the imagination itself because so much of it involves translation and cultural sensitization. From offline tourists, we have become online tourists since the beginning of the pandemic. This, in my view, will continue for a long time to come. A few years ago, it would have been a little difficult for me to comprehend the possibility of an online talk. In the past 1 year, I have become more or less familiar with it. Communication technologies have created virtual spaces of interaction that defy the imagination. Online explorations require us to not only examine the nature of the platforms, but also our role as teachers in presenting ourselves before an audience over which we do not have the same visual control as in a classroom. Usually in a classroom, we have some kind of a visual control. We are always looking at students. That control we don't have, in online modes of teaching. In a classroom, we look at each other. In the process of looking, we are able to gauge whether a student is able to follow the teacher or not. In the online classroom, we need to be told these things. Looking does not help. In fact, there is no way to look in a way that will enable you to control the situation. The nature of the look has changed both for the teacher as well as the student. From the visual, we move to the auditory because in the online mode, listening is extremely important. How do we sharpen our listening and messaging skills is the priority both for teachers as well as students. In the same breath, we can talk about writing. Drafting skills have become central to day-to-day life. Most of the communication happens through writing. In classrooms, we prioritize writing more than speaking or reading, though all these skills are connected. A good listener is also a good speaker because he or she has read enough and is able to write his or her thoughts in a clear and accessible fashion. Communication emerges from the earlier school of thought that emphasized grammar schools to interpreting human behavior as expressed through social and cultural norms. So in my view, that is the big change that has happened. Although grammar and spell check, which happen automatically in MS Word, solve most of our problems, we cannot ignore the creative aspect in producing a meaningful sentence. What connects the past with the present is that we are exploring how to make a class meaningful and interesting, although we might have changed the ways and means of creating meaning. I'm trying to point out the links that connect the different ways in which we study language and literature. Culture studies is a much more recent phenomenon that produces speculative histories based on how people lived rather than the standardized history of the historians, which looks for evidence while sidelining the role of interpretation. The bottom line is that we must find the best possible methods available at our disposal to integrate the past with the future. Fantasy stories, novels, games, and films seem to have an unprecedented popularity with younger audiences in the 21st century. Likewise, so is the popularity of science fiction, disaster, and animation movies with happy endings. These are trends particularly fashionable with millennials and post-millennials. They need not, however, provide the solutions to all our problems. The fundamental issues continue to be the same. The fundamental issues don't change. How do parents raise children? How do teachers occupy students in a classroom? How do we learn? What is the difference between information and knowledge? Agreed that we live in the age of big data. Data, however, in itself is merely information. What can be done with the data is knowledge. The aim of a data scientist is to learn the many different ways of compiling the information and converting it into knowledge. The point of this knowledge is to address real world problems. We are flooded with information, but unfortunately, most of the information is not productive because not enough minds are able to channelize the data and make it accessible for day-to-day usage. In this poem, Choruses from the Rock, the poet T.S. Eliot asks, I'm quoting Eliot, where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Unquote. The problems facing the 20th century are peculiar to the 21st century are peculiar to the 21st century. The point is that we must look for continuity between the past and the future. The present is the meeting point where those continuities are visible and open for discussion, such as in the present conference. These continuities are not only time-based, but also space-based. In my growing years, a few modes of media and communication were important. I grew up listening to the radio. The space of the radio was eventually filled with the television. Letter writing was the order of the day. As a PhD student at the University of Mississippi in the early 1990s, I encountered the internet for the first time. It was more than a bit of a shock for me. The cultural shock of being in the US was relatively minor compared to the experience of changing technologies. From the typewriter to the computer, from letters to the email, from the radio to watching films online, and then the movement progressively to YouTube and WhatsApp. The shocks continue. So how do we turn information into knowledge? The answer is profoundly simple. Through experience of life. How do we experience life? Through reading, writing, and wondering if at all in the next couple of 100 years, there are in fact going to be human settlements on the planet Mars. My point is that we can neither escape from the burden of communication nor the need to draft a letter or a report. We are communicators and writers in almost any field of knowledge. I often am asked by research scholars in physics or in biochemistry, subjects completely alien to me, if I could proofread their work. Writing matters and writers do as well. Legal writing or legally correct writing is almost an obsession in any organization or institution for the simple fact that they need to appear correct on paper. If you want to know how all this is going to impact the creative mind, you only need to observe and reflect on those abilities and possibilities that enable us to integrate the past and the future, both in terms of time as well as space. A famous opening line from the novel The Go-Between by L.P. Hartley is as follows, quote, the past is a foreign country, they do things differently there, unquote. The eminent British historian often quoted this line, Eric Hobsbawm. In fact, there is a South Korean movie and a couple of books with a similar title, The Past is a Foreign Country. Our pasts are foreign countries where we have been to for a while. Perhaps we did things differently there. If as a growing boy, the radio dominated my imagination, it is for that very reason I have a deep appreciation of stand-up comedy as well as performance-based art. When we visit a foreign country, it is not just for sightseeing, but also as a learning experience. That recognition and pride that of what we were in our own pasts is extremely important, whether as teachers or as parents. It might be a foreign country when we go back, but it wasn't foreign at all when we lived there. At the same time, we need to think of the multiple ways we can use modern technologies for educating both ourselves and our students so that some of those fantasies which are futuristic can be brought under the purview of the present. The past is meaningful only because there is a future, and both of them pass through that narrow path of the present. The Vietnamese monk Thich Nhat Hanh pointed out in one of his speeches that our parents live in us physically just as we live physically in our children. Likewise with teachers and students. I observed, learned, and improvised by looking at my teacher, and I'm certain that I might similarly be influencing students. A good part of being a creative person or becoming a creative mind is to bring both these facets of our personality together. Because the choices are innumerable in the modern world, your ability to select what is best by way of learning or teaching is central to language, literature, as well as translation and cultural studies. Not only are we learning new things, we're also creating alternate histories and ways of doing things. We need to be conversant with everything from politics to popular culture, from films to literary works, from some of the happenings in science and technology to medicine and mathematics. It is not therefore language for instrumental or mechanical purposes. Language is an organic entity out of which is born literature as well as a culture's ability to speak about itself. Language is endless translation because at any point in time we are engaged with making our messages as clearly as possible to the person next to us. We will communicate both to give students a sense of the past as well as a sense of the future and enable students to have an understanding of themselves through what they learn. I'm not saying that this is an easy task. I'm also not saying that it can be accomplished overnight. But for a post-pandemic world, we really need to open up from within and accommodate as much of humanity as is possible through the space of the classroom, whether virtual or real. As the great Persian mystic Jalaluddin Rumi says in one of his poems, quote, "Your heart is the size of an ocean. Go find the gem hidden in your depths," unquote. Before I end my talk, I would like to once again thank the Democratic Arab Center in Berlin, Germany, and the Faculty of Arts, Al-Quds Open University, in particular, my dear friend Majid, for enabling this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Prakash. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Professor Prakash, can you hear me? Okay, I'll contact Professor Prakash by Viber so we can. Anybody would like to raise any questions for Professor Prakash, please? Anybody would like to say something to Professor Prakash?
Yeah, in a way we teach culture. You're right. We can never we can't separate language from culture. It's impossible because we internalize culture through language. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely correct. But we only culture studies is a separate discipline only because it is exploring different ways of talking about history. That's why it has become important. But of course, absolutely right. That language and culture are intertwined. And especially for students of literature and translation. That emphasis is very, very important.
The Professor Prakash, you can hear me? يبدو انه دكتور يوسف عندك مداخله؟
Exactly. Culture should be integrated within our classroom. But look, only risk with that.
يبدو انه في مشكله انه ما بسمعنا احنا بنسمعه. فانا بدي اتواصل معاه على الفايبر.
هو يقرأ الأسئلة ويجيب عنها دكتور.
هو بيقرأ الأسئلة دكتور يوسف وبيجيب عنها. بدي احاول انا اتواصل معه شفويا. هينا عم برن له على الفايبر.
Can you hear us, Dr. Prakash?
Okay.
Professor Prakash.
Okay, man. Two things, for look, man. One is we teach language through the use of modern technology. I realized that, off late, I realized actually, it took me time, Because like I told you, man, I come from an older school of thought, radio was important when I was a kid, But now I realize that with WhatsApp and with the use of WhatsApp and with the use of YouTube, so much can be accomplished in a classroom. That so much can be shown. We can show them short films. We can make them practice. And we can get them much more involved in something that they're interested in. Because the good old lecture system, I really don't think it's going to work any longer. We absolutely need to involve the students. These are students who are formulating their own goals. Thank you so much.
Dr. Youssef, yes, Professor Prakash is, yeah, you carry on, Dr. Youssef. Would you like to say something? Professor Prakash, yes, pay attention please. تفضل دكتور يوسف. هاي عبر الفايبر احنا مع بعض.
Yeah, Prof, first, at the very outset, we are very honored to have you with us in this international conference. Actually, we got a lot of information. We like your informative and nice speech. In fact, you know that we can never teach language without culture, because language is culture and culture is language. As the body, so we can say that the body is the language, and whereas the blood is the culture. So we can never separate one from the other. It's just as the iceberg. So the shown part is the language, whereas the hidden part is the culture. So the problem that we always encounter that when we teach a class of multicultural students, so sometimes, as I said, that what's acceptable in one culture might not be acceptable in another culture, might be offensive, such as, for example, when I teach a class of students that from multicultural communities. So when I say, for example, there's something about, let's say, cows, for example, in India, maybe you worship cows, whereas mice, some people might also worship mice. So the problem is that how can we handle, how can we teach a class of multicultural students? So this is one of the actually problems that we encounter in teaching foreign languages, let's say English. In our culture, Arab culture, sometimes we teach, for example, girlfriend or boyfriend. In our culture, as you know, that we don't have such status. You have husband or wife. Whereas the connotation of the word boyfriend or girlfriend is positive in the English and the Western culture, whereas it's negative in our Arabic culture. So how can we handle this problem according to your experience in the United States and India?
Because I come from India, which is a very diverse country, and sometimes the problem is there. With that cultural sensitization is very difficult for a teacher. It's a challenge for a teacher. Absolutely, you're right. It's a very, very difficult thing to address a multicultural classroom. Because look, in our culture, you know, and I don't want to overstate my point, we cannot do it the American way because we are not living in America. I'm living in India. And the cultural background of the students is different. So I have to imagine what the possibilities are within my own situation. So I always think that we shouldn't be imitating methodologies that may not work everywhere in the same way. There is no one key for all locks. We have to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
Because people are different. We have to understand that people in South India are not the same as people in South China. And if I'm teaching a classroom where there are Chinese students, I have to be very, very careful with what I say and how I say. I don't have to follow the American way of being politically correct. At the same time, I have to reimagine and communicate with the students based on how I understand their culture, from my own experience. Which is why I think that experience of life is very, very important for a teacher. It's because no teacher can, as you pointed out, we have to share our experience. Because we have to share our past, our background, where we come from. And students have to know that. What are our strengths and what are our limitations? I think that is very, very important. But that is indeed a very big challenge. The multicultural classrooms are a major challenge everywhere. No doubt about that.
Thank you so much, Professor Kona. I just like to tell everybody that Professor Kona is an Indian Christian. He's been to Palestine 2 years back. He visited Jerusalem with me. I'm proud that he's my supervisor in my PhD thesis. He supervised Love, Captivity, and Exile in Palestinian Resistance Literature, which is the title of my thesis. He's a strong supporter to the Palestinian cause, and he enjoyed roaming in Palestine.
Absolutely.
From Akir, we've been to Haifa, we've been to Jerusalem. And in Jerusalem, he said, I wanted to see the wall, the church, and the mosque. this amazing triangle. I want to know what's going on the ground in that place. We've been to Akil. We had fish, live fish in a very nice Palestinian restaurants in the Akil shore. And we've been to Nakura, northern Palestinian Lebanon borders. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much for being a wonderful human being, for and a strong supporter to the Palestinian cause. And of course, I appreciate Dr. Yusuf's talk and speech and interaction with you, as well as others. Thank you so much for giving us your valuable time. And inshallah, we'll have you next time in Palestine along with Dr. Yusuf and other colleagues.
Absolutely. Dr. Yusuf, one line. They have the best food in the world. Palestinians have the best food. Their food is the best in the world.
I will give you 2 minutes to finish your talk.
Sure. Thank you so much, Majid. They have the Palestinians have the best food in the world, and they are some of the nicest people I've ever seen. If you have not visited Palestinian territories, you have to visit. It's an experience that I will never forget as long as I live. Despite the fact that passing through those checkposts was a torture, very, very horrible experience. But you actually realize what that colonialism is all about. And very sweet, very kind people and very generous people. Whoever has not visited among my listeners, please take an opportunity and go and see West Bank. And if you can see my friend Majid, he'll make that experience worthwhile. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Prakash. This is an invitation by Professor Prakash to everybody to visit Palestine. Thank you so much for being with us. Wish you all the best. Khuda Hafiz. Khuda Hafiz. Khuda Hafiz. Khuda Hafiz. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعزائي الحضور الكرام، أسعد الله مساءكم مرة أخرى في هذا اليوم الثاني، يوم جميل آخر بحضور قامات وثقافية وإنسانية بوزنكم وبحضوركم الكريم. Thank you so much for being with us in the first part of our second session today with Professor Kona from India, a good friend of mine, a strong supporter of Palestinian cause, and a literary theorist who's got graduated from University of Mississippi. And please allow me to move on to the first paper presented by Dr. Nashat Masri, Dr. Jihad Musallami, and Ms. Fatima Dwikat from Al-Quds Open University. This paper titled EFIL Psycholinguistic Perceptions About Using Virtual Classrooms in Learning Writing at Al-Quds Open University during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, 3, 2, 1, carry on, please. Of course, before you start, I would like to remind you that Dr. Nashat Al-Masri is a QOU lecturer since 2000, since 21 years. He has BA in English Literature, Master of Linguistics. He is a PhD candidate in teaching drama in the Palestinian University. He's interested in research focusing on comparative literature, linguistic, and education. My colleague and good friend of mine, Jihad Musallami, has BA in teaching English as a foreign language from Birzeit University. He has MA in TESOL from University of Northern Iowa. His main interests are applied linguistics, teaching methodology, and discourse analysis. And of course, the third person is Ms. Fatima Dwikat. She got MA in translation and applied linguistics from Al-Najah National University. She's a full-time lecturer at Al-Quds University, interested in English teaching, training, and e-learning. She worked in different places, part-time lecturer at Al-Najah University, Rawda College trainer at Continuing Education Center. So we'll have a 15 minutes presentation followed by 5 minutes discussion. with their paper titled EFL Psycholinguistic Perceptions about using virtual classrooms in learning writing at Al-Quds Open University during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, please, carry on.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
I need to share the screen, Dr. Majid, and it seems that I am disabled to do that.
دكتور كريم
بدي اعمل سكرين شير سكرين بعد
متاح الشير
متاح
الشير لك يا دكتوره. هي دكتور بقى انت والدكتور صهيب مع بعض بتتواصلوا. تفضلوا.
I'm trying. عم يعطيني host disabled participants.
معطيها host disabled screen sharing يا دكتور صهيب. تأكد انك متاح لها.
One more time. Still disabled.
لسه disabled يا دكتور صهيب.
دكتور ماجد متاح الشير.
I'm trying. أنا عم بكبس على share screen وعم يعطيني نفس المسج host disabled participant screen sharing. What should I do?
نعم نفس القصة يا دكتور كريم، حتى أنا يعطي فيها نفس القصة.
دقيقة بعد إذنك.
نعم دكتور سعيد، نعم توا disabled. نعم
فاطمة حلمك علينا بس إن شاء الله ثواني. يلا. دكتور صهيب معنا؟
معك دكتور، معك ثواني فقط.
يلا. Till Dr. Sahab work out this problem, I will have other 3 speakers with other 2 papers in this session.
الآن تجرب دكتور، الآن تجرب.
دكتورة فاطمة.
It's working.
يلا very good. Good job. Thank you. تفضل.
Yeah. Is everything fine?
Yes. Carry on.
Good. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, dear all.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
First, I'd like to thank you all for being here. And I'd like also to thank the scientific committee, the organizational committee, Democratic Arabic Center, our dear university, QOU, and all universities and institutions for holding this international virtual online conference and for having me today. I am going to present our paper again entitled EFL Psycholinguistic Perceptions about using virtual classrooms in learning writing at Al-Quds Open University during the COVID-19 pandemic on behalf
هناك
of...
صوت يا جماعة؟
نعم واضح الصوت.
نعم مسموع.
Good.
تفضل يا دكتورة.
Good. Again, on behalf of my dear colleagues at QOU, Dr. Nashat Al-Masri, Dr. Jihad Musallami. So let's start with the introduction. The novel coronavirus disease 2019 has challenged the globe with unprecedented problems that challenged the current global and national socio-political, economics, and educational landscapes, as we all know. So the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus epidemic a pandemic. In the light of the rising concerns about the current COVID-19 pandemic, a growing number of universities, including our university QRU, across the world has either postponed or even canceled all campus events such as lectures, classes, training, workshops, conferences, sports, and many other activities. Universities have moved rapidly to transition various courses and programs from face-to-face to online delivery mode. Al-Quds Open University in COVID-19. As a result of the repeated Israeli incursions in the West Bank and Gaza, the administration of QRU has considered information and communication technology an important aspect of improving the quality of education in Palestine. For that reason, QRU adopted several blended learning techniques and platforms, such as Blackboard, Whiteboard, Big Blue Button, Moodle, WhatsApp, Zoom, Telegram, Facebook, etc., as we all know, in addition to the QRU satellite channel. It was used widely at Al-Quds Open University to supplement learning face-to-face classrooms prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So Al-Quds Open University has already integrated blended learning and virtual classrooms to complement the existing face-to-face sessions. And we at Al-Quds Open University are used to the virtual classes, the e-activities, and many other techniques and strategies of online teaching. This is not new for us. Let's move to the objectives. This research examines the perceptions of English language students registered in the writing course at Al-Quds Open University in the second semester of the academic year 2020-2021. Although there are several factors that might influence students with regard to learning online, the current study focuses mainly on the students' psycholinguistic perceptions on the various elements of their learning experience. So again, here our main concern is on the psycholinguistic perceptions of QRU students who registered in writing course. In order to achieve the research objectives, a virtual questionnaire was designed and distributed among the study community. And of course, we sent the questionnaire through QRU portal. The study community consists of 753 students who were registered in this semester in the 19 branches of Al-Quds Open University distributed all over Palestine. Of the 753 students, 105 students responded to the questionnaire with a percentage of approximately 14% of the study community. The responding students were taught by different academic faculty members and come from different cities, villages, and backgrounds. Findings and discussion. In the era of information technology, writing as a productive skill is getting more and more importance for communication among learners to convey feelings, messages, and meaning through modern technological tools such as tablets, mobile phones, smartphones, emails, blogs, etc. As a result, anything hinders writing may in turn affect one's career or one's communicative message. The current study attempted to investigate AFL psycholinguistic perceptions about using virtual classrooms in learning writing. So, the present study has come up with some interesting and other surprising findings, which are: the majority of the students, almost 2/3 of the students, prefer face-to-face lectures to virtual classrooms, and they think that they learn better in face-to-face classrooms. And I think students usually prefer to have a human touch while learning, so they like to see actually their instructors. Almost 65% of students claimed that they can remember things in face-to-face classrooms better than in virtual classrooms. Approximately 75% of students feel that writing group activities and persistence strengthen their writing skills and build their trust. Nevertheless, students prefer attending recorded virtual classes to taking notes in the classroom. Nearly 2/3 of students mentioned that they prefer recorded virtual classes to taking notes in face-to-face classes. You know, recorded classes are more accessible to students, so they prefer and they like recorded virtual classes. Almost more than half of the students prefer virtual assignments than paper assignments. Students also prefer writing and submitting their assignments virtually more than doing such activities via paper writing. Finally, most of the students agree and strongly agree that recorded virtual classes facilitate their understanding of topics. Recommendations. In the light of the study findings, the researchers set the following recommendations. Teachers and course designers should take into consideration that writing should be an everyday activity in and even outside the classroom where technology highly fits. Teachers of writing courses are recommended to vary their techniques of teaching writing using modern technologies and getting rid of some traditional ways of teaching writing. You know, since we live in this era of technology, there is no place for traditional ways, not only in teaching writing, but in teaching all skills. Students' learning styles and the technologies the students experienced should match and complement each other. Students are advised to practice writing and to write constantly about topics they know well and have sufficient information about virtual teaching techniques and tablets reduces students' writing worries. Teachers should cope with innovations in education and vary their teaching practices through integrating modern technologies in their teaching methods as facilitators for both the students and for the teachers themselves. We also recommended that writing courses should be taught only by writers or instructors who are writing specialists, not by general English language specialists, and who cope with innovations in education and are able to incorporate modern technologies. That's all about our paper. I would like to thank you all for listening, and I hope we can meet next time in actual, not virtual conferences. Thank you all again. Thank you.
دكتور ماجد افتح المايك.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Fatma Dukit. You presented your paper, Equal Psycholinguistic Perceptions about using virtual classrooms and learning writing at Al-Quds University. On behalf of your colleagues, Dr. Nashat Al-Masri and Jihad Musallami. Thank you so much for this brief presentation. We appreciate if colleagues have some thing to say. I guess Dr. Yusuf would like to say something.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Fatma, for the nice presentation. You gave us a good idea about the Quds Open University. But I got a little bit confused about what I know about the Open University is distance learning. So when you say blended learning, it means that you give classes. So do you give classes in universities? As you know that in an Open University in my country, my city, they have classes, distance learning. So the students take the curriculum and study, and they come just only when the exam. So what do you mean by blended learning? Is it, do you give classes, face-to-face classes, or what's blended learning?
Okay.
Thank you very much, by the way, Fatima.
Blended learning, we have two things actually. We have face-to-face classes plus online courses. When we talk about blended, we have actual, of course, before coronavirus, we have actual classes, students come to the campus, we have face-to-face classes, and since English is a foreign language, our students come. And at Al-Quds Open University, we do not have distance, it is open learning. So students also we have a channel. Almost all classes at Al-Quds Open University has recorded virtual classes even before Corona, and we have also recorded lectures on our channel. That's what I mean by blended.
I just have a comment here, Dr. Yusuf and everybody. Like Al-Quds Open University, the idea of establishing this university is related to the Israeli occupation policy of just putting checkpoints between districts. So our late president and martyr President Yasser Arafat that why don't each student in Palestine has to take the risk of crossing many checkpoints, traveling from one district to another in a risky situation? We have to make this university and to establish a branch in each district. Like people from Qalqilia district will study in Qalqilia, people from Jenin will study in Jenin. So instead of students to the campus is established in the same region where students are living. Because during the first and the second uprising, you imagine Dr. Yusuf and everybody, like traveling from Qalqilia to Nablus and Nablus to Jenin will take only 30 minutes, half an hour. But with the presence of the checkpoints, it will take you maybe 5 or 6 or 7 hours. That's in case if you reach safely. So we started with a distance education, but later on, we tried to make this marriage between face-to-face and distance education. Like in case if the students is able to come to university and attend lecture, we have a lecture program for each student. And besides this, he can watch his classes through Al-Quds University Space channel, and even he can have recorded virtual classes and discussion forums. So we overcome the Israeli policy of trying to hinder, because in this first uprising, the Israelis closed all the Palestinian universities. I remember I enrolled at Al-Najah University in 1990. And after the closure of the university and other Palestinian universities, I have no time but to travel abroad, moving to Jordan, to Kuwait, to Iraq. Then I found myself in India. That was the situation. So the idea of the blended learning and Al-Quds University is, instead of taking the risk, it is just one way of resisting the occupation through education. If you have access to the university, you can come and attend your lecture, it's okay. Otherwise, you can attend your lectures from home through different devices, through a big blue button, through Zoom, through many things. And at the same time, all classes are broadcasted through Al-Quds University Space channel.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. I thought that Open University here in Libya, that it's distance learning. They don't give classes. So so the idea is different. That's good. Thank you.
في عندنا احنا مزاوجه بين التعليم المدمج هو مزاوجه بين التعليم اللي عن بعد والتعليم الوجاهي، ووجود صفوف افتراضيه وحلقات نقاش. انا عندي دكتور في الجامعه وحاضر، عندي لقاءات وجاهيه في الجامعه بجدول معروف لدي ولدى الطلبه، وهناك لقاءات وحلقات نقاش افتراضيه مسجله لدى الطلبه، يستطيعوا ان يشاهدوها اونلاين ويستطيعوا ان يشاهدوها مسجله على حسابهم الجامعي. الفكره كانت للحيلولة دون قدره الاحتلال على النيل من الطلاب والناشطين وكذا، بدل أن يسافر آلاف الطلبة والطالبات في هذا الوضع السيء السياسي. الفكرة هي وجود جامعة في كل مدينة، وهذا ما حصل، وكانت هذه رؤية الرئيس الراحل ياسر عرفات رحمه الله. أوكي مس فاطمة، في أي مداخلة للأستاذة فاطمة والزملاء في الورقة السابقة؟ إخواني شلوي ننتقل للقاء للموضوع اللاحق لو سمحتوا. Okay.
ممكن دكتور خلص.
Okay. Thank you so much. We are grateful to Ms. Fatima, Dr. Mashat, and Dr. Jihad. And I would like to invite Dr. Fawzia Ziani, Asya Baghdadi, and Rashid Mahdi to present a paper titled A Constructivist Perspective on how teachers can raise students' motivation and autonomy in online learning. This paper is presented by our respected doctors on behalf of the Department of English Language and Literature, University of Mascara, Algeria. By the way, we would like, from the heart of the bottom of the suffering in Palestine, to send our greeting and salutations to our Algerian people who supported and still support Palestine like anything. Dr. Fawzia, I guess you are going to present this paper. Carry on, please. 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
Dr. Fawzia, excuse me. I would like just to say something about Dr. Fawzia. She's a doctoral student in American Studies in the Department of English Language and Literature, University of Mascara, Algeria. She received her master's in English in 2005 from Mascara University. She's a researcher at the American Algerian rapprochement in what concerns terrorism. Yes, dear. 3, 2, 1. تفضلي.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for having us with you in this conference. On behalf of my two colleagues, Dr. Baghdadi and Dr. Mahdi, I'm going to present today a conference about how teachers can motivate students after the outbreak of the coronavirus, especially that there was a shift towards online learning. Hello, are you listening? Do you hear me?
Yes, dear. Yes, صوتك مسموع. تفضلي.
Okay, so as an introduction, one of the most important elements of the teaching and learning process is motivation. But after the outbreak of the coronavirus, most schools shifted to online learning. This shift caused or posed many challenges for both teachers and learners. And in fact, the absence of in-class instruction and the emergence of lecture-heavy online classes devoid of student conversation made it harder for students to remain motivated and learn. So because student motivation can lead to creativity, productivity, and success for students, it is very important to shed light on motivation during the online classes. However, raising students' motivation requires the optimal mobilization of several professional skills expected of teachers. When they deploy practices relating to students' motivation, they contribute to positively influence the educational success of students under their responsibility. In the current situation, however, teachers face unmotivated students, and they must thus adapt their strategies in order to motivate the students. So our research seeks to suggest how it is possible to motivate the students when they are remotely schooled. So this is why we followed or we adopted the constructivist approach to suggest some strategies that learners or teachers can use in their classes. This pedagogy is the conviction that teaching is not only transmitting knowledge, rather it is creating possibilities for the production or construction of knowledge. It means creating context that enables students to construct their knowledge on their own. So teachers, therefore, must take into account some strategies if they wish to develop autonomy and motivation in their students. The first of these strategies is establishing a link between students' interests and what they need. It means linking students' interests to students' needs. Vygotsky and Piaget, both constructivist researchers, believe that learners are expected to develop motivation and autonomy for their learning in environments that meet their needs and interests. Illustrating an explanation with funny little anecdote, for example, can be a successful technique for teachers to arouse the interest of the student. On the one hand, the teacher or the student remembers better, and on the other hand, they will think that what they learn is meaningful. It means they can actually be useful to them more often when they are outside of the class. The second strategy is the importance of the interaction, the teacher-student interaction. Both Vygotsky again and Piaget believe that a good relationship with the student is key to motivating students and developing their autonomy. A student's motivation to study a subject often varies depending on their relationship with the teacher. So rooted in this theory, the teacher's positive relationship with students tends to enable the students to control and take responsibility of their learning. This is why it is believed that creating a certain closeness with the student can keep the student motivation. Here we can cite some examples to create this link with the student. This can happen when teachers, for example, talk about their previous experiences, their background, their interests, share them with the class in order to attract students' attention. This can be done through devoting some time to listen to listen to students' interests as well as sharing their interests. The last strategies that we suggest is setting
دكتورة
the
فوزية
goals.
لو سمحتي انت اذا بتحبي تشاركي، اذا عندك ماده بتحبي تشاركيها على سكرين اتس افيلبل، otherwise اتس اوكي. يعني اذا انت بتحبي بس نسمع صوتك، احنا بس صوتك مش عاملين مشاركه للشاشه. هلا اذا في عندك ماده بتحبي تشاركي معها اوكي، otherwise تفضلي كملي زي ما انت.
In fact, I have a PowerPoint presentation that I sent to you, but I don't know how to share it.
اتس اوكي اذا انت بدك تحاولي تعملها مشاركه وموجوده معك على اتس اوكي اتس اوكي، احنا يعني ما بدنا نطفل عليكي. يو كان بريزنت يور بيبر ذا واي يو وانت. شوف اللي براحتك تفضل.
Okay, I'm going to try, but
لانه في عندك شير في عندك خيار الشير، وهي الدكتور صهيب معنا بيساعدك في الموضوع.
it says that you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
طيب خليكي معنا دكتور صهيب. دكتور كريم
معك متاح يا دكتور، تفضل.
هلا المفروض متاح لك يا دكتوره. يلا حاولي لو سمحتي مره ثانيه.
اوكي
بسم الله.
Okay, I'm doing it. لا اله الا الله.
فوزية لازم تكوني فاتحة الملف قبل ما تعمل الشير. افتح الملف على سطح المكتب واعمل الشير على اساس انك تقدر تعمل الشير.
اوكي انا فاتحة اصلا. It appears or no?
شو
She must be the host to can screen share to can share her screen. Give her a host.
مكتوب عندك متاح. شو بعطيك لما تحاولي تعمل الشير للدكتورة؟
أعطيها host يعني make her a host so that
it says
she can
unsupported document
share
type.
her screen.
دكتور صهيب معنا؟
معك.
It says unsupported document type.
حاولي هيك.
It says unsupported document type. Please, it accepts only image or PDF. It doesn't accept PowerPoint.
دكتور صهيب في لها حل هاي ولا خلاص نكمل زي ما احنا؟
لا خلينا تكمل. انا بالنسبه لي من عندي.
السلام عليكم. معلش دكتور صهيب he can press from the participate for Mr. Dr. Faiza and make host. After that she can share her screen.
دكتور صهيب بتتبع مع الست ليلى آراء العربي؟
نتبع.
تفضل.
To say that she can share her screen, and on her screen she can put anything that she wanna show us, videos or PDF or image.
دكتور كريم. دكتور كريم الصوت مسموع؟
نعم مسموع الصوت.
دكتور صهيب صوتك مسموع إلنا. شو قصدك دكتور سريع؟ يعني أنت بدك كريم يسمعك ولا إحنا نسمعك؟
Does it appear now?
الدكتور كريم. حاول الآن.
I shared the screen. Is it okay now?
Democratic Arab is the host. Democratic Arab.
Not yet.
Oh.
Please, when you share your screen, click on the image that
تقدر تحاولي الآن يا دكتورة.
show us.
دكتورة فوزية حاولي الآن لو سمحتي.
Okay.
Very good.
Yeah. Now you share your screen.
Is it okay now?
Excellent.
Hello?
اوكي تمام. Very good. يلا تفضلي. شكرا دكتور صهيب. شكرا دكتور كريم. تفضلي.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. تفضلي.
So I stopped at okay. The third strategy I was saying is that the goal setting, it means to include students with the in designing or in constructing or in setting the goals of the lesson. So the more they get involved in the decision-making process, the more they do better because they feel engaged. Last but not least, as a conclusion, since the shift of schools towards online learning, teachers faced unmotivated students, and this this caused challenges or posed challenges to teachers. But through this presentation, we try to suggest some strategies in order to help or to expose some techniques, let's say, to help teachers set or pave the way for learners to get motivated. That's it. Thank you, and I'm sorry again for the inconvenience that happened.
Okay, thank you. You still have time if you want to add something, Dr. Fawzia.
I'd like to hear from you this time, if you don't mind, of course.
Yeah. That's okay. It's over for Dr. Fawzia. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation, and sorry for the technical interruption.
Yes, Dr. Majid.
And Dr. Karim for the support. تفضلوا.
Yes, Dr. Majid, may I add or
yes,
ask?
Yes, Dr. Jihad, تفضل.
Thank you, Dr. Fawzia, for your presentation. It's really nice and successful strategies. You talked about establishing a link that interests the students and giving relevant instructions and goal settings. That's fantastic. But I think that I'm sure you agree with me, but before following these strategies, we need to do a sort of needs analysis of the students. So we need to know what they like, what they dislike, their style of learning, their level of language, their age, their culture, their background, in order to design something relevant to their needs. Thank you.
يس بدك تعملي تردي على الجواب على شيء على الدكتور يا دكتوره ولا ناخذ مداخله ثانيه؟ دكتوره فوزيه معنا؟ اوكي any comments اي تعليق او تفضل دكتور يوسف.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fawzia, for the nice presentation and talking about the Vygotsky and Piaget. In fact, when Vygotsky talked about ZPDA, which he defines as the distance between the actual development level as determined by independent problem solving and the level of potential development as determined through problem solving under adult guidance in cooperation with more capable peers. So this means that students actually need someone to take hands at the first step and leave them. So this is good in education. Namely, this is what we lack in our educational system in most developing countries, that everything is based on the teachers. So from A to Z, let's say that. Whereas ZPD says that just really give the first step and let them do the other. So such as when we teach someone, a baby, to ride a bike, the first thing that we put the baby on the bike with, of course, 3 wheels. And after that, we try to take one of the wheels and the other one. Within this, the learners actually acquire confidence of themselves and they feel they are competent. In fact, our roles as teachers in the classroom is teachers, whereas it's supposed that to be a facilitators. Our role is not to teach, but to help learners learn. Thank you for this point. But my question is that when the students is in a class, so I can motivate them, of course. I can say, for example, that's what we call reinforcement. For example, that's good job, great, whatever. So here we encourage students to talk, namely to use the language. So the problem is that for the online, or let's say virtual classes, this is a problem. How can we motivate students? In fact, we know that language is expressions, facial expressions. So sometimes even namely for the gender, you know, for the sex, let's say for the females, most of the time they are not shown. Even if I'm giving classes, for example, for the postgraduate students, in fact, most of the girls actually, they are not shown on the screen because of some social bonds that we know according to our Arabic culture. So how can we find a way to motivate our students through virtual classes? This is my question to Fawzia. Fawzia, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf. Dr. Fawzia, are you with us? I guess some interruption must have happened with Dr. Dr. Fawzia, are you with us? Since we have some interruption getting in, maybe Dr. Yusuf.
If you don't mind, I want to say something.
Yes,
this session, this session is recorded on Facebook. So maybe we have thousands of people are watching now. So for those who missed some points, they can go back to the Facebook Democratic Arabic Center. Thanks for Dr. Abdelkarim Ayashi. Thanks for Dr. Sohaib for doing this great job. And they make
hello, I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. There was a problem in the internet.
Dr. Fawzia, Dr. Yusuf has a very good question for you.
Okay,
yes,
I'd like to hear it. Okay.
Yes, please. Dr. Yusuf, would you just repeat the question?
Yeah, first, thank you, Fawzia, for being with us. Your nice presentation. Actually, you give us a lot of good thoughts about how to motivate our students based on ZBDE, Vygotsky, and
thank
Virginia.
you very much.
Yeah, this is very good. We are very appreciative for that. But Fawzia, as I talked before, for me, as I'm teaching classes for grad students, so most of the, let's say girls, let's say females, they are not shown on the screen because of the cultural bond, as you know. So as you know, so motivation, you mentioned something important, motivations. So how can motivate students through virtual classes, online classes? So you know that language is interaction. There's interaction. If there is no interaction, there's no language.
Exactly, yes. But as a teacher also, because I am a teacher, during the first class, during the very beginning of each class or the school year, the teacher has to know his students or her students through quizzes, through personal or direct questions. It means their interests, their needs. This connection with the students, this kind of relationship with the students allows the students to break this wall with the teacher. In this case, things become easier for the teacher. It is as we say, everything starts with the beginning. So this can pave the way for the teacher, let's say. So if you don't have a great or good relationship with the students, this will cause many trouble during the school year, the whole school year.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you, Dr. Fawzia. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fawzia, for this excellent presentation, and grateful to Dr. Yusuf for enriching the discussion today and other colleagues as well.
Thank you.
I would like to ask our colleagues if they have any questions for Dr. Fawzia. So before we move to the next paper, shall I move to the next paper? Okay, thank you so much for being with us today in the International Virtual Conference. We just earlier we get in touch with Professor Kona from India, who presented an excellent presentation and we enriched this presentation by different discussion by colleagues. And we started with a paper from Al-Quds University, moved to second paper. Fawzia Ziani represented herself and her colleagues, Asia Baghdadi and Rashid Mehdi. And I would like to move on to other paper, the third paper in my session today, the language anxiety on speaking skill in Libyan universities. Of course, this paper is presented by Ahmed Sanusi Al-Jawad, Department of English Language, Faculty of Arts and Science, Benghazi University, Republic of Libya. Mr. Sanusi, are you with us? Mr. Ahmed Sanusi, are you present with us, ready to present your paper, dear?
I talked with him maybe an hour, 2 hours ago, and he was ready. Maybe there is a problem in the electricity, as you know. He's from the south of Libya.
Mr. Adham Al-Hasi, are you with us?
Adam?
Adam Al-Hasi. Mr. Adam, very good evening for you. Okay, I will give you the turn now to present your paper. By the time meaning, Mr. Mr. Ahmed Sanusi will join us. لحين توفر الدكتور السنوسي. It's okay?
You mean that shall I start?
Dr. Yusuf, it's okay, رئيس المؤتمر.
I'll call him. I'll call.
Doctor, excuse me. Very good evening for you, Dr. Adam. We are happy and glad to have you with us presenting your paper, The Significance of Linguistics in Language Teaching at Coronavirus Era. And I would like just to give a brief short bio about Professor Adam holder of PhD from University of Warsaw, Poland in 2008, professor in and translation at University of Krakow, Poland, and professor in psychological and social college, translation in the International Multicultural Branch, Warsaw, Poland, lecturer and Arabic language and literature at University of Krakow, Poland, lecturer of Arabic language and translation in the College of Foreign Languages at University of Krakow, Poland, head of English department at Omar Al-Mukhtar University. MashaAllah, we're proud to have such a professor like you in our, and thank you for your humble attitude towards us, being with us to present your paper, The Significance of Linguistics in Language Teaching at Coronavirus Era. Of course, you belong to the Department of English, Faculty of Languages, Omar Al-Mukhtar University, Baida, Libya. The floor is yours, my dear. You got 15 minutes to present your papers, followed by 5 minutes discussion. 3, 2, 1. Start, please.
All right. Thank you very much. And I thank all my colleagues and Dr. Yusuf and you, everybody in this conference, that you gave me this chance to present my paper, which talk about the significance of linguistics in language teaching. As we know, language and linguistics play a fundamental role in the educational process development throughout the school year. Having a deep understanding of linguistics can help both teachers and students to overcome problems that may face during their learning process of the different branches of linguistics. Here I am talking about phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. There is another segment of linguistics which is called applied linguistics, which study is the use of application linguistic research. In our time, we were witnessing witnessing in our time the greatest changes in the history of language teaching and its method, formerly known by a few as a mark of education language are now studied by people from all walks of life. More languages are studied than ever before, and methods of learning them are changing radically. The goals of the path usually limited to contact with the selected items of literature, having expanded into include spoken communication with understanding of the native speakers throughout linguistics approach in the widest range of human interest. I would say here, linguistics is needed to revise its place in any second language curricula and to present a creative teaching approach that analyzes language as a scientific manner while focusing on those aspects of language that are directly connected to future language teaching. As we know, English language, when you combine it with, is a deeper understanding of linguistics, and if taught in a suitable way to the students, they in turn will have to proper form of linguistics awareness without any form of hesitation while speaking and writing. As we know, sometimes our students are afraid or shy to ask questions, but when the teacher uses very easy and simple words to communicate to students, they cannot or they will not hesitate while speaking and writing in English language learning, despite the nation's vast differences of social or ethnic, linguistics, and background. Everybody, especially educated persons, scholars, and teachers, we know that linguistics play an essential role in the teaching process. However, a good command of language is not sufficient for effective teaching. I mean here, it's not enough to speak a language to be qualified to teach it. Even the native speakers cannot model the language or guide the students unless he can isolate or disseminate various elements. He must know the description of the structure of the language. He must also know the linguistic fact of the language of the students in order to understand the particular problems they may face in learning the target language. When we teach foreign languages, linguistics is important to a language teacher in that providing historical context to word origins and can help students better understanding the language. This is especially important when it comes to understanding the differences among conversational speech, formal speech, and abstract rules about word usage in different cultures. This can actually overlap into regional dialects within the same country. We know that Arab countries, we have a huge borders and we have different dialects in our country. Even one country, I'm talking, for example, in Libya, we have different from the east to the west or the south. So it's very important to notice that, especially teachers who taught or who teaching foreign language, or we may hear about the main language in Libya, which is English language. To perform professional duties, one must be professionally qualified as teacher. I'm talking about that. The language teacher must be educated at least to the level of his peers, colleagues. He must have the general professional preparation for a teacher, and he must have the foreign special qualification in the field of the foreign language he teaches. Foreign language teachers help students to learn foreign language from conversation level or conversational level through fluency. To be successful, a foreign language teacher must be fluent of the language to be taught, especially in the field of linguistics. The term of linguistics, as I search it on my right here, term linguistics began to refer a field study related to language in the increasing diversity of this area was observed. The role of linguistics in language is to find some solution and addressing problems in which language is central issue. The field of applying linguistics are very fast, huge. So this paper focuses on the importance and role of linguistics in the field of English language teaching, which means language teacher cannot, of course, we cannot ignore the rules of linguistics because linguistics links the practical side of language with its issues. As teachers, most of us who teach here, we should remember that the main definition about the applied linguistics, which means it's a scientific study of a human language. In my paper, I will discuss and explain some questions such as what a problem of applied linguistics interested in, how do we study the language better, and so on. Another question is how can linguistics affect educational outcomes? My background of this study, we know that applied linguistics began as a science independent of linguistics in the late 1950s with the advent of linguistics founded by Chomsky, who says an English teacher should be familiar with applied linguistics or linguistics in order to establish himself as an effective language teacher. This quote is taken from John Chomsky, 1964. His book is titled Current Issues in Linguistics Theory. This is why it's really important to have linguistic knowledge. So I'm talking about teacher here. This is why it's really important to have a linguistic knowledge so that neither student nor the teacher will face any problems during communication in class. Also, linguistics can prepare English language teachers to work with a student with a varied cultural, social, linguistic background. Their understanding of used language would be probably different from the native English speaker, which is really a key factor in teaching. Unfortunately, in Libya in the last years, we don't have such native English speaker teacher, well, due to the situation as everybody knows. All right, to sum up, this paper shows knowledge of applied linguistics can have a positive impact on language teaching and has the potential for much target impact on language teachers' knowledge and knowledge acquisition, which is the significance of linguistics in language teaching process. I would add here, no man is perfect, and so are teachers. They are human beings who strive to improve. I'm sorry to, but this is very important for me because I hate some of discussion about this matter. No man is perfect, and so are the teachers. They are human beings who strive to improve day by day. They're specially educated human beings who have decided to dedicate their lives to educating the next generation, to be English speaker writers for any country they live in. They have the right to know and have access to basic English because teachers must know the function of language and the way of skillful reading and writing. Knowing basic English means that an English teacher should know how to distinguish between the parts of speech like nouns, verbs, articles, consonants, and so on. Hoping for the best because the knowledge that teachers use in their practice is more complicated than just knowing facts in general conservation language and language learning. We face also a very important problem in teaching, which is the level of the students. They are not the same, especially if they don't background of good English language. In order to produce better learning experience for an English teacher, we need to move from away for a false psychological perception of the mind to more sophisticated, complex view of language teacher, knowledge and knowledge acquisition, and knowledge used to take into account the site from research in this area. I think this is enough to talk about my presentation about my paper. Of course, we may also talk about the science of electronic devices that continue to improve in attempting to see progress having teaching done by machines. But we know that one cannot expect or can expect that increased need for teachers for this direction, but language is more than patterns and words which might be taught by machines. Language is the chief means by which the human personality experience itself for this its basic need for social interaction with other persons. It is therefore difficult to see how machines could to place the life of countless human beings. Thank you for hearing me, and I think this is what I have prepared. If you have a question, thank you. If you don't, I will give.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Adam, for this very precious information you presented with us today. Thank you so much for presenting this very wonderful paper and having a very wonderful person like you with us, and give chance to colleagues for discussion. Would you like to have some comments, please?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
I would like to ask Professor Adam, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
Yes, carry on, please.
Carry on.
Hello, Professor Adam. How are you?
Fine, thank
you. Yes.
First, I would like to thank you so much for such an amazing presentation with a full of information and knowledge. You mentioned something really important about the fluency that students have. So as a professional, and I know you in person exactly, Dr. Adam, I am Ahmed Jibaini, if you remember me anyway.
Yeah, sure, I do.
So I would like to ask a question of Professor Adam, and you know that you are a professional in translation, literature, and also linguistics. How would you assess or evaluate the students' fluency? And if you assess in terms of what, of the four section of language abilities, reading, speaking, or listening and writing. So what are the procedures or what are the steps that you follow to assess their proficiency? And thank you so much.
You are becoming time. You know, we as teachers, the main purpose of education is that we have to give the students a chance to practice. I think I will say practice, practice, and practice. Even translation. If they made one mistake and you discuss this with them and you give them the wrong word or wrong order or wrong sentence, and if you told them to write or to rewrite it again, it will be helpful for them. I mean, practice, practice. Also, we have to encourage our students in speaking or listening, especially in speaking, because I notice most of the Libyan students, they understood a lot when they are listening, but the difficulty is when they want to respond or to answer the question.
Yes, Professor Adam, that's the point. They understand language very well, but they cannot communicate. That's the point.
Yeah, I think, especially in comparative literature, we should give this subject, literature or introduction to literature, from the first year of our university, because literature is very important in teaching. It teaches students a lot of terms, terminology, vocabulary, and help them in teaching literature. We teach speaking, listening, writing, discussion, understanding, everything, and it's helped them to communicate easily. Also, we should advise our students when translation or talking to easy words, not complicated, not long. You know, you can choose the word that it's easy for you to pronounce. Even, I'm sorry, I would say that for us, or even because we are not native speakers. Sometimes we do this, but we should help to do our best to the students to overcome this problem and encourage them to speak whatever. They don't care, and they shouldn't be afraid or shy to ask or talk. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, and I really appreciate your question. And my great thanks to my dear and colleague Dr. Yusuf, who gave me this chance, and to everybody in the country. I wish you all the best, and really, it's a very important, it's a very successful conference.
Yes, can I ask a question?
Thank you so much, Professor Adam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. I will wish you the best. Yes,
can I say something? Yes, can I speak?
تفضلي يا دكتورة تفضلي.
Yes, I want to ask Mr. Adam or Dr. Adam, as I listen that he's from Libya. I want to ask him, most of Libyan students, even in the primary schools, they have difficulties to communicate with English. As you, according to your opinion, what's the problem, or why the Libyan students didn't use English language in their daily life, or even in, among their classmates or friends in the school? So what's the problem? Are they ashamed or feel afraid of using English, or is it the problem of their teachers, or didn't educated them well? So I need to know. And nowadays, the English is from the primary one or grade one, but still English is not used good enough in even daily life and according to the classroom. So what's the problem as your opinion?
Well, the problem had two sides. We shouldn't blame the students. Also, we have to call teachers. Unfortunately, we have some teachers who are not qualified to teach. Number one. Number two, in primary school, it's the first years of learning their English as a foreign language or the second language. So it's very difficult to communicate with teachers. I think that hardly they can say good morning, hello, at least the book. And so the main interest or the main idea here, it depends on the teacher. He should make students love the subject. If they love the subject, they will respect the teacher and they will do their works, try to speak because they knew the teacher loved them and they love the teacher, and there is no gap between them. So it's helpful to make the students love the subject. I mean here about the teaching methods, really. Not all teachers, unfortunately, who graduate from university, they have a good practice in teaching. So they have maybe 2 or 3 lectures or so. So the problem here is have two, well, I can say two problems go side by side. First of all, students have them because they don't know anything about English in the beginning, and they came to primary school and they face English at once. So it's very difficult to accept from primary school students to communicate and talk to me. Hardly he say good morning, how are you, and so on. That's it. I think the best way, solution, which I think, they should start giving English from 4th, 5th years in the school. And when they came to primary school, they will have at least a little information, background, knowledge, let's say vocabularies about language, and then it would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Just if you allow me, I have a comment to respect Professor Adam.
Yeah. Dr. Majid, can I have a comment?
It's okay. I just need to speak for 2 minutes, Dr. Mundir, and I'll give you the floor if you don't mind. Thank you. Doctor, just from my experience of teaching English language and literature at Al-Quds University, I'm teaching one course, language course. So the aim of this course is just to give the students the chance to speak, because this translation method have, I guess, spoiled generations. Like I remember myself when I used to know each and everything in grammar when I was at school, but when I traveled from Palestine to Amman to Baghdad, then to India, learning English at university, I'm the best students in knowing the grammar of English. I was the worst to speak the English and to present myself. But the case of just why our students in the Arab world are reluctant to speak English, first of all, it is related to the personality before dealing with language, any language. Like, because in the Arab societies, like we belong to a very conservative societies, our kids and daughters and boys and girls don't have this atmosphere of expressing themselves easily. So when they learn English formally at school as a foreign language, of course, in Palestine and I guess most of the Arab countries, They are not allowed to speak for a while. Always the class is dominated by the teacher, and we are concentrating on writing and reading skill with little bit listening and speaking. So they are good at the grammar, they are good at this, but while they got the chance to speak, they can't. They are shy, they are reluctant. So they know. So from my experience in this use course, I started with them step by step, like dividing them into groups, let them speak just away from me because they feel shy when I am there. And I guess the teacher or the professor or the lecturer, either at school or at the city, plays the major role in involving the students, giving them confidence that we, in order to learn, we should commit many mistakes, and without making mistakes, you won't learn. And I'm not gonna laugh at you, I'm gonna encourage you. This is a very controversial issue in the Arab world. I guess all our students suffer from being reluctant to speak English, though they know very well English is very important for their lives. The language of the internet is the language of social media, is the language of each and everything, of science, of. So yeah. Well, I guess we should have always the strategies in our universities, in our schools, how to motivate the students. Of course, the students need the English. They love the English language. The thing which is we should start from school, because our students come to university after 12 years of learning English. So the work will be harder for us when they are at university. So the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the Ministry of Higher Education, should implement certain plans in order to overcome this problem, either in Palestine or in the
curriculum. Yeah, I would add one thing also. Also, the lack of labs for foreign languages.
Yeah,
we have a
natural environment. Yeah, native environment.
Yeah,
like in Palestine, students living in Bethlehem and
can I say something
in Jerusalem, they could just speak English more living in. Yes, Dr. Mustapha.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Majid and other colleagues who are present here today. Regarding the questions like why our students are not speaking English even though they are studying English from the first standard. Actually, the problem is that we are teaching English as a foreign language. And English is taught as one subject among other subjects which are taught in Arabic. And sometimes even in the classroom, the teacher speaks in Arabic more than in English. And it is only one lecture or one class a day at school. The students have no chance to communicate or to speak the language. And if you want to learn the language, you have to speak it. What's the use of learning, reading many books, having many vocabularies, but you are not using them? They are useless. Unless you communicate, you interact, you will not learn the language. So the problem is that interaction. Students are not having a chance to interact outside the classroom. They are only, sometimes they interact in the classroom, but outside the classroom, they are using their mother tongue. And that's the problem. Unless there is something that, like we teach all the subject in English, or we have to force the students to communicate and to use English, only English at the classroom during the English class, not Arabic and English sometimes also. So the problem is in the interaction, in the use of the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mander. Thank you so much.
Dr. Majid.
This valuable discussion. Yes, Tfadal, Dr. Jihad.
Yeah, okay, thank you for your points. But I do believe there is an essential point which is neglected. We blame the teachers and we blame interaction, but we have to remember that the officials, Ministry of Education, their role.
Policy makers.
For example, let me tell you something. And while working at the schools, if I'd like to do an activity, group work or pair work, students say, oh, don't worry, it is not included in the exam. So if we have a look at our exams, there is no room for testing speaking. It is totally neglected. So students become demotivated because it is, you know, students shape their thinking and intelligences according to the shape of the exam. They know the first question true or false, then reading comprehension, then a grammar, and they study and shape their mind according to the exam, the final exams. Yes, so we have to the objective of the syllabus, the objective behind teaching English. So if we focus on communicative skills and they tested in the exams, I think the situation will be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, again, I'm grateful to you, Dr. Adam, for raising. Yeah, your speech has created, you know, a revolution in the discussion today. Thank you so much. A final comment, maybe, or shall we move to the?
Can I add something?
Dr. Nashat will have the final comment with Dr. Nashat. Then we'll move to the last paper in our.
What I'd like to say is that. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Adam, Professor Adam, for this precious comments, and I'd like to thank all of you. What I'd like to say is that we need to start from the top and moving to the bottom. We cannot ask the teacher to teach 3 pages or 2 pages in one lecture in 45 minutes or 40 minutes, and then ask him again to produce speakers of a second language. And that's one thing. So the quantity of the information that the teacher needs to present to the students need to be de-sized, or a lot of that needs to go away. That's one thing. The second thing is the facilitation, the facilities that he has inside the classroom and inside the school is to the limit. At most, he might use his mobile phone to show the students, to make the students listen to something. At most, they don't have anything to work with. Therefore, what I'm saying is we need to form rules and legislations to enhance the quality of second language learning, whether it is English or any other language, in order to build up our students' confidence. That's one thing, and our students' opportunities to speak. And I also add to what Dr. Jihad has said, that we need to include speaking as an exam in the exam, to make it important and to make the students put more attention to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, Professor Adam, and thank you for this very beautiful evening with this discussion. Thank you for enriching this discussion. I can see everybody smiling, everybody happy, though we've been for more than 3 hours, still have energy. Let's move to the final paper in my first session, the second day today. And I would like to welcome Dr. Ahmed Sanusi Al-Jawad, Department of English Language, Faculty of Arts and Science, Benghazi University. The paper will be presented by Dr. Ahmed, titled The Effectiveness of Foreign Language Anxiety on EFL Learners' Speaking Skill in Libyan Universities. Dr. Ahmed, with us? Are you with us?
Dr. Majid, if Ahmed is not here, sorry for the interruption. Noura and Hajar, I think they want to present.
Yes,
so
yes.
Can we?
Noura, yes, Noura. Okay, I would like to welcome Ms. Noura. Yeah, okay, we can see you. You're welcome. Very good evening for you. And the floor is yours. You can speak for 15 minutes, followed by 5 minutes. Just before you start with me, before you start, let me just introduce Dr. Ahmed Sanusi, or who's for certain reasons couldn't present his paper, and Dr. Noura will have him. Dr. Ahmed Sanusi is an assistant professor at the Department of English at Faculty of Art at the University of Benghazi. He received the PhD from Sudan. He published papers and presented in various conferences locally and internationally. Dr. Noura, you're welcome to speak for 15 minutes to present the paper. Thank you so much for being with us.
Excuse me, can I speak?
تفضلي 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 أختي.
The presenter can share her screen so that we need to watch something while we are listening. If it's possible, can she share her screen while presenting?
دكتور نورا بدك تعملي sharing the screen? Dr. Noura, would you like to share the screen? بدك تعملي share the screen?
دكتور ماجد.
تفضل يا دكتور يوسف.
Layal is raising her hand. I don't know, maybe she wants to add something or maybe she wants to ask. I don't know.
She can speak. Layali, where is Layali?
Layla, not Layal.
Layla. Dr. Layla, yes, I'm hearing you. Speak, please.
Sorry?
تفضلي. Yes.
Because I am one of the audience, I need to watch or to see a visual thing. I need a visual things to see while I'm listening to the presenter what he show or what he's talking about. So I need to read or show what he's talking about. Because my internet is not used, sometimes the sound is interrupted.
We were trying our level best that all participants will share their screens when it is possible, my dear. Hopefully things will go right. Sometimes some technical problems avoid that, but we are trying our level best to make this thing reality because the presentation will be good and much better. ست نورا بدك تعملي presentation لورقة الدكتور أحمد. Would you speak just شفها ولا بدك في مادة بدك تعملها sharing معنا في الشاشة؟ صوتك اعملي المايك عندك كتم. ست نورا المايك مكتوم عندك المايك على جهازك.
اوكي
تفضلي نسمعك تفضلي.
Mr. President, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen who follow us via Zoom program, I welcome you. I'm Noura, and this is my colleague Hajar. We are members of the teaching staff specializing in translation. We have pleasure to be among you to present our paper entitled Investigating the Blending Learning Challenges Faced by Students of Presentation in the second semester of Faculty of Arts and University of Zawiya during COVID-19.
دكتور يوسف هاي ورقة مختلفة عن الورقة اللي المفروض يقدمها الدكتور أحمد العنوان.
No, sorry.
لسه ما اجى موعدها ضايلها جلستين.
هاي الجلسة مجدولة على البرنامج اليوم الجلسة الثانية أو الثالثة.
Yes.
So you are presenting the paper, not other paper, your paper.
Yes,
which
my
is
paper. This is my paper.
Okay, if you don't mind, and since Dr. Ahmed present today, Dr. Yusuf, أنا راح أختم جلستي ومن ثم ننتقل إلى الجلسات المتبقية وكل واحد يقدم البرزنتيشن في الجلسة حسب سكيدجول. بما أنه تعذر وجود الدكتور أحمد فدكتور يوسف إذا تكرمت كرئيس للمؤتمر أنا راح أعمل على ختامية الجلسة ودكتورة نورا والزملاء بلكوا ورقتهم إن شاء الله جدول جلساتهم في خلال جلسات اليوم.
في موعدهم
إن شاء الله حسب ما هو محدد لنا في الجلسات. أوكي دكتور يوسف تمام هيك؟
أوكي. سوري
دكتور ماجد بعد اذنكم مساء الخير السلام عليكم يعطيكم العافيه.
دكتور عبد الرؤوف اهلين دكتور تفضل.
ماجد هذه الجلسه يا ريت تلخص لي اياها في نص صفحه او في صفحه انزلها بكره خبر.
دكتور احنا لايف ان شاء الله لاحقا. طيب اذا دكتور يوسف وافقت على انه احنا نستثني الورقه اللي مش موجوده وننتقل الى الجلسات الاخرى. اختم جلستي واعطي المايك. اوكي دكتوره نورا نعتذر رح تاخذوا وقتكم على جدولكم في الجلسات ان شاء الله. اذا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته وأسعد الله مساءكم من فلسطين من أرض الديانات السماوية، من القدس ومن غزة ومن الشيخ جراح ومن الوجع الفلسطيني ومن فلسطين من النهر للبحر. أعلن اختتام الجلسة الثانية لمؤتمرنا الرائع الدولي الحقائق والخبرات والتحديات وطرق علاج تعليم وتعلم اللغة الإنجليزية في ظل جائحة كورونا. Dear colleagues, thank you so much here from Palestine, from the cradle of religions, from the river to the sea, from Gaza, from Sheikh Jarrah. I announce finishing the second part of the second day of the international conference, Realities, Experiences, Challenges, and Remedies on Teaching and Learning English Translation and Literature in the Post-Pandemic Coronavirus Atmosphere in the World. We have wonderful talk with Professor Kona in the afternoon, and we had discussion and presented 4 papers to do. بسم الله بدأنا وبسم الله نختم. أعلن اختتام الجلسة الأولى ضمن فعاليات المؤتمر الدولي الافتراضي، وأعطي المايك إلى زميلتي الدكتورة أمل المنشي لاستكمال عقد جلسات المؤتمر، ونأخذ 5 دقائق استراحة ومن ثم نستكمل. بارك الله فيكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دكتورة أمل تفضلي خلال 5 دقائق لو سمحتي ممكن تبلشي تعطي فكرة عن جلستك لحين البدء في فعاليات المؤتمر. نحن نستغل ال5 دقائق احنا لأداء صلاة المغرب. أقوم من فلسطين من أرض
نعم يس دون يس.
دكتورة أمل جاهزة؟ أنت جاهزة لبدء الجلسة الثانية بعد 5 دقائق؟ اوكي ان شاء الله نبدا الجلسه الثانيه بعد 5 دقائق بالتمام، وهذه ال5 دقائق قد نستغلها لصلاه المغرب ومن ثم نستأنف على بركه الله. اوكي دكتور يوسف؟
Okay, it's okay. So we can discuss while we are waiting for the.
نعم الميكروفون مفتوح للجميع للنقاش في 5 دقائق. مسألة جدا.
In mind, I want to add something to my colleagues about the problem of teaching or learning English, namely in Libya. As you know, Leila, you are from Libya, and English is taught in Libya or learned as a foreign language, not as a second language, such as, for example, in Tunisia, for example, French is considered a second language. So when the students go to school, so they find people outside in Tunisia, they can talk French, whereas in Libya, we teach English, but when we go out, we talk Italian, more Italian vocabulary rather than. So if the opposite that Italian is taught in Libya, I think that Libyan students will talk Italian fluently because Italian is the second language here in Libya. So if you find also we use a lot of vocabulary in Italian. The problem of teaching or learning, actually, there are a lot of bad factors. One of them is the method of teaching itself. Actually, with the method of teaching used in Libya's grammar translation method, which is originated in 1783, almost maybe 400 years ago. And it was used actually to teach German to English and German because they are the same family language. Whereas Arabic is different from English because in different families. So here there are a lot of problems in using this method. The other thing is the teacher themselves. Most of the teachers are not fluent speakers of English. They know about the language, but they don't know how to use the language. And there's a difference between language knowledge and language use. The problem is that most of the teachers, even at the level of the university, as you know, most of the teachers, they don't talk English, but they use English. They focus on accuracy, that's what we call grammar, rather than fluency. And as you know, that language, when we talk language, one of the features of language, that language is something we do without thinking. And this is the point. If we get this point to talk without thinking, so we are speakers of the language. If we think of the language, we are not speakers of the language, even if we talk well. Because why? Language is something that we do without thinking. There's no relationship between thinking and language. So talk language spontaneously or naturally. A lot of actually factors, but also the facilities used in classroom, you know, that a lot of students, overcrowding students, so the students don't have a chance to talk, to use the language, and they just only they know about the language. Also for the communication, they don't find people to communicate the language outside of the school. As you know, we don't have native English native speakers in Libya, such as that's if you go, for example, to Tunisia, you find a lot of tourists from France. So students can practice French with the French people, whereas here in Libya, we cannot use English with native English speakers. A lot of factors, I think, these are. But for me personally, when I teach the language, it takes less than 3 or 4 months. For me, when I give courses, it takes maybe 4 or 5 days to finish all language, English language. Why? Because in language, in English with that, there is no grammar, maybe 1 or 2 classes. We can finish all grammar, but we need practice. We need practice. We need to practice. So we say fluency rather than accuracy. This is my point of view, I guess.
That's a very good point, Doctor. That's a very good point. And you really diagnosed the real pain underlying the problem of fluency in the Arab world. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دكتورة أمل ممكن حضرتك تتفضلي تفتتحي جلستك على بركة الله.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings of God be upon you all. Welcome to the second session for today. As you see, this session extends to, it is supposed to extend to begin at 5 GMT and to end at 6 GMT. So far we have 15 or 18 minutes. Okay, so this session will include 3 presentations from different themes. The first one is centers around or tackles a literature theme. The second one, linguistics, and the third one is FL teacher training or FL teacher education. Okay, so the first paper for today is entitled COVID-19 and Border Writing by Prof. Mohsen Hamli. Let's introduce you with Prof. Mohsen Hamli from the University of Manouba, Tunisia. Prof. Mohsen Hamli is a former Prof of English Literature and Translation at the University of Manouba and the University of Tripoli in Libya. He published 7 novels and various textbooks. He published also 3 books on the Tunisian Jews and English-Arabic Dictionary of Literature terms in 2018. Prof. Hamli, you are kindly invited to deliver your presentation. You have 15 minutes. The mic is yours, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nacha. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, and the organizers of this conference for the invitation. Border Writing, as you know, is a literary school that emerged in the early 1990s, that is after the Cold War, to be added to the already existing 12 or more literary schools of criticism. Literary criticism has always been fascinating to students, simply because it allows students to read a text from different angles. A text always lends itself to more than one reading. And literary criticism opens the students' minds on the other kinds of readings. until of course I come to this, to border writing, but let me introduce or vulgarize, if you wish, the other schools of criticism briefly. Until the 1920s, and this, for those that don't know literature or literary criticism, this is informative. Until the 1920s, there had been only one literary school called the historical school. That is, when you read, when you have a book by Shakespeare, you think that William Shakespeare, whose name is on the title page, is the speaker and the narrator and everything in the book. That, of course, that has made a novel, any piece of writing, a form of archive. In the early 30s came a new school called formalism. That's Russian formalism. In the Americans called it new criticism. And this formalism put an end to the historical school. It says that it came with the idea of what's called the death of the author. That is, the author dies, the historical author dies the moment his book or her book is published. And so we have a new author, who is called the implied author. That is, the author produced by the text. That it put an end to the story of the historical author who take case of Shakespeare, who was born in 1564 and died in 1616 and that kind of thing, and came with a new story, a new image of author produced by the text itself. That's formalism. And formalism, of course, ended the story of intention. That is, that the intention, the historical idea, historical author, that the intention in the book or the narrator or the narrators, disguised or undisguised, are all representatives of the historical author. It put an end to this and came with the idea that this intention is a fallacy. This is the formalism. Then came the archetypal or mythological. That is, you read the text and you look for the myths in the text. Then came the psychoanalytical school, which studies what is repressed in the text, the Freudian school. Then came the Marxist school, which studied studied anything that is oppressed. So we move from expression, which is a fundamental point for formalism, to repression, which is a basic idea for the Freudian analysis, to the oppression, which is the Marxist. And Marxist, of course, as you know, focuses on class clashes, on the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat, on whether the author, if you read the text from a Marxist point of view, then you focus on whether the author sides, whether the author supports the proletariat or supports the bourgeoisie. Then came the feminist, that is, reading a woman's text written by a woman, reading in the sense of criticizing, or reading a man's text to see how a man portrays women in his novel, in his text. And of course, feminist or gender criticism focuses also on the image of woman and women, of course, we have, of course, women say that there are 3 types of women: the feminine, the feminist, and the female. So the woman in the text is feminine, that is, as we say, herbivore, like my grandmother, or feminist, that is, she asks for her rights, or female, that is, she totally puts an end with her relationship with men. Then came this structuralist school, which focuses on the double entendres, on the double meanings in the text. Then came the deconstruction, which says that that a text is flawed, that there is no meaning at all in the text, that the meaning is undecidable. And the famous example I always give to my students when I introduce deconstruction is when you find a sentence saying, "I like her cooking." Well, there are 4 meanings in this. Is it I like her cooking, or I like her cooking, or I like her cooking, or I like her cooking? So since there are, and this is what the construction is focused on, since there are 4 meanings, then the text is flawed. This is a simple example. Then came reader response criticism. And this is, you can say, an easy way of criticism. That is, you read the text and you try to link this with your own experiences. That is, whether you had an experience like it in the past and so forth. Then came post-colonialism, وما أدراك. And post-colonialism focuses, of course, on Eurocentrism, on otherness, on being a second-hand person, and so forth. Then came misreading, and this is mispresent. Misreading, which is the Bloomian, Harold Bloom's school, focuses on the fact that a poem, he says, a poem, and a poem is short form for any text, call it poem. A poem is a response to a poem. When you write a text, this means that you are trying to avoid being influenced by a previous writer. And a previous writer is called precursor writer. All right? So when you write, any writer is afraid of a previous writer. That's why this school is called the anxiety of influence, anxiety of influence. Each one of us, each writer is afraid of a previous writer and tries to avoid being influenced by a previous writer. And we come to border writing, the last school, as I said. This border writing or border criticism is the literature of the minorities. It's called border fiction, border theory, border studies, border crossings, exile studies, the theory of the thresholds is the use of the literary approaches we have just seen to understand the nature of contemporary borders or borderlands or border cultures. The field examines the movement and circulation of refugees, tourists, migrants, and workers who cross borders, how the border produces rather than is produced by state and society. Borders in the sense of social and national injustices, discriminations, and the way borders which represent habit, custom, and law are transgressed. Borders are traces, just as writing is a trace. Translation is a theoretical border crossing in literature, just as is in life. What's beyond the border, which involves the fence, the wall, the cell, and the checkpoint, is unknown and mysterious, and requires interpretation. It means sovereign power, border control, or security, irregular migrants, violence, banishment, the language of rights and freedoms, otherness, etc. In addition to that, homeland or nation no longer brings its citizens together. I mean, when I am in Tunisia and I want to go to Libya, when I reach the borders, there is some fear about what may happen after the borders. That's border criticism. And even within my own country, when I move from a village to another, from a town to another, there is some kind of fear of may happen in the coming village, because we are different. From one province to another, within the same country, we are different. It's border writing when a narrator or a character in a foreign land is perceived as the other, or when you don't speak the language well and you keep silent and have your own narrative going on in your mind, or when you write in the acquired language, the language of communication, not of love or compassion, or when you are born elsewhere and considered born in the wrong country. Take the example now of Thomas Hardy's The Ruined Maid, a poem written in 1866, a poem about the countryside and the town. It's about a country maid called Amelia, who had gone to work in the city, who had an affair with a rich man, and been morally ruined in the eyes of society. The poem focuses on the age-old dichotomy between the countryside and the town. Amelia had been in tatters, that is very poor, without shoes or socks, I'm quoting, tired of digging potatoes, but now she is well-dressed and well-spoken, that is after having crossed the line and got ruined. It's a dialogue between two former neighbors who are no longer so, between the poverty of rural areas and the luxury of towns. In Amelia's former friend's mind, crossing the threshold, that's border, the threshold separating the countryside from the town is tantamount to slipping irreversibly in sin. It's a border issue, but it's a Marxist capitalist one too. Crossing the border between the haves and the have-nots.
Prof. Hamley?
Yes.
Prof. Hamley, please, just you have 1 minute to conclude in order to stick to the time of the presentation.
1 minute?
Go ahead. Final comment.
All right. Now, let me move to last example, which is a comparison, a comparative study of two poems. Remember Emily Dickinson. Emily Dickinson wrote in 1862, "The soul selects her own society." Now, in 2020, Felicia Ackerman, the American poet, wrote, "The soul selects her social distance." That is a role playing of Emily Dickinson's poem. Dickinson's poem, and I finish with this. We have just Dickinson's poem talks of choosing a solitary life and giving access to just one or few people and shutting out the desperate rest. The idea of border or closure is conjured up in the images of the door, the chariots, the gate, the emperor, and the valves of her soul. Privacy is thought to offer beauty and sanctity. Like Dickinson, Ackerman shuts the door to keep a social distance. But unlike Dickinson, who chooses to see a few callers by proxy, Ackerman resigns, the American Ackerman resigns to sanitary instructions, chooses none to meet, and prefer to use the use of the phone. Both Dickinson and Ackerman are unmoved by the crowd outside their gates. Dickinson's friends or relatives are desperate for recognition or admission. Ackerman's friends are careless and feckless, taking silly risks by remaining outside and disregarding the advantages of confinement. From I finish with this. From a point of view, a feminist point of view, if you don't mind, Ackerman teams up, from a feminist point of view, teams up with Dickinson and appreciates her efforts to challenge patriarchy by rupturing man's traditional writing style and declining to shy away from writing on death or dreariness in her life. But from a Bloomian revisionist perspective, Ackerman disengages herself from the influence of precursor poet Dickinson by presenting a different view of the careless crowd loitering outside the gate. The presence of the phone makes all difference, and Ackerman's feckless folk still have the chance to be talked to by phone, while Dickinson brutally closes the valves of her mind. Ackerman turns her mind to friends she meets by phone. In thus doing, Ackerman emerges as a type opposed to Dickinson. She uses language as a tool to bring as many as possible and under her control, just as a mage does. Dickinson, on the other hand, breaks and almost all rejects almost all as a mystic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Mohsen Hamli, for this interesting presentation, for your rich and profound presentation in which you shed the light on how people perceive literary genres based on their own views. And this is represented by the term border writing. Thank you very much. We will open the discussion at the end of the session. Let's now move to the other paper by Prof. Makhloufi Abdul Karim. The paper is entitled Of Prepositional Phrases in Civil Engineering, Academic Written Texts, a Syntactic and Semantic Analysis. This paper is, as you see, it's in linguistics. Prof. Makhloufi from the Applied Linguistics Department at the University of Adrar in Algeria. Prof. Makhloufi, please, will you introduce yourself for 2 minutes, and then you can continue or begin or start your presentation, and you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours. The mic is yours, Prof. Makhloufi.
Professor Makhloufi with us. موجود معنا Professor Makhloufi.
Prof. Abdul Karim Makhloufi, are you here with us? Are you with us?
Dr. Lina, Dr. Amal, إذا تكرمتي, you can proceed to the next paper, then we'll give him a chance. مرة نداء أخير الدكتور الأستاذ الدكتور البروفيسور مخلوفي عبد الكريم من University of Adrar. Are you with us? Okay, Dr. Amal.
Yes.
Take an action.
Okay, so let's now move to the third paper for today. which is entitled In-Service Teacher Training in Libya Between Myth and Reality by Dr. Fatima Tomi and Dr. Mustapha Dabia from the English Department and University of Tripoli, Libya. Dr. Jaber Ibrahim Abu Shawish will present or will deliver this presentation on behalf of Dr. Fatima and Mustapha Dabia. But before we give the mic to our colleague, Dr. Jaber, okay, let's give you some introduction about Dr. Fatima Tomi. Dr. Fatima Tomi is a university lecturer at the University of Tripoli, Faculty of Education, Janzur. She specializes in applied linguistics and she teaches subjects such as varieties of English, teaching strategies, phonetics, like phonology, writing, reading, etc. She, as a teacher trainer, she develops training courses for teachers of a primary and secondary. She has been working as an AFL teacher for more than 20 years, from being a secondary school teacher to a university instructor, and she published many research papers. The main concern of this research or these research papers is on teaching English as a foreign language strategy and assessment. She worked as the head of the English language department at the College of Janzur for 2 years, in which she was responsible for setting and advancing the academic strategy of the department in line with the faculty and the university's strategies and plans and direction. She is looking forward to helping future FL teachers and developing their teaching. So this is a brief introduction for Dr. Fatima Tomi. Let me now introduce you with my colleague, Dr. Jaber Abu Shawish, who will present the paper on behalf of the two professors, Dr. Fatima and Dr. Mustapha. Dr. Jaber Abu Shawish earned a PhD in English language and linguistics in 2009 from the Sudan University for Science and Technology. He is currently an associate professor in the English department of the Faculty of Arts at Al-Quds Open University, where he has taught since 2001. He also serves on the committees of students completing their Master of Education and theses at Islamic University Gaza and at Al-Azhar University Gaza as a supervisor and as an external examiner since 2010. He is also a certified trainer for the IELTS since 2011. And he recently has become a certified trainer of Professional Certificate of English Language Teaching. And he has conducted peer reviews of various academic journals, particularly at the University of Palestine Journal of QRU. And recently, he is a director of Khan Yunis branch at Al-Quds Open University. Dr. Jaber, you are kindly invited to introduce or to deliver the presentation on behalf of Dr. Fatima and Dr. Mustapha. The mic is with you.
جابر الصوت دكتور جابر الصوت
Dr. Jaber, are you with us? Dr. Jaber?
Yes. Is my voice clear now?
Yes, it's clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I shared the PowerPoint. Can you see the PowerPoint or?
Yes, the PowerPoint is very clear.
Okay, thank you so much. So first of all, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa man wala. Allow me first to thank my dear colleague, Dr. Amal Natsha, for presenting me. Thank you, the organizers in general, and the Arab Democratic Center, and Dr. Yusuf Omar in particular, Dr. Majid Hassanin, all colleagues in the organizing and the scientific committees for availing this chance for us to participate in this global scientific demonstration. Thank you, the respectful audience and attendees, for devoting your precious time for listening to us. Actually, this is highly appreciated. Here, it is my honor, pleasure, and privilege to present in behalf of the great scholars from Libya, the country which is sincere and dear to my heart, Dr. Fatima and Dr. Mustapha from University of Tripoli in the Republic of Libya. Actually, the paper is titled as In-Service Teacher Training in Libya Between Myth and Reality. So I'm just going to start with some introduction to introduce the topic and just to introduce what in-service teacher training means, because actually I myself do work on programs or training programs for in-service teachers and even for pre-service teachers. And this is actually in collaboration with Remedies and with a School of International Training in the United States of America. Now, it is apparent for everybody that in the Arab world, English is taught at schools as a subject, and actually it is left at door. So students just learn English language inside the classroom. They do not use it, or they rarely use it outside the classroom. And this, no doubt, constitutes like it is taught as a foreign language, not a second language, and it is only needed for particular academic and educational and job purposes. So, and this constitutes a big challenge for teachers. So students do not use the English. They learn it for particular purposes, just as a subject to succeed, and that's all. And this actually constitutes a big challenge for teachers who are overloaded with heavy duties and teachers who shoulder huge responsibilities. In addition, due to the rapid advancements in technology and communications in the previous few decades, which necessitated changes in teacher roles in the classroom and outside, so the English language teaching has been experiencing some radical changing worldwide. The classroom has been becoming more learner-centered than before, as opposed to teacher-centered. And since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, which imposed itself in different life aspects in general and education sectors in particular, so the education sectors have been largely affected, and this necessitated the emergence of particular educational systems, namely and particularly the online and some of the blended learning systems. Teachers, as part of the educational process, had to be equipped with new qualities, new skills, new qualifications to cope with the inevitable consequences of the pandemic. So teachers need training and expertise and the qualifications for English language teaching, both in language and in professionalism. Now, the need for in-service training of teachers must be or must not be underestimated. It is important to enhance teachers' performance from time to time via in-service training activities. So the absence of those activities, such as workshops, seminars, conferences, exhibitions, from the first day of work until the retirement, may negatively affect the performance of the teacher. There are actually many studies which dealt with in-service teacher training, but let me just in brief introduce what in-service teacher training means. So it means the process by which teachers engage in further education or training to refresh or upgrade their professional knowledge, skills, practices in the course of their employment. This is roughly what in-service teacher training means. And this actually calls for the constant upgrading to keep up with modern trends and knowledges. Here, to come to the paper, actually, the major question of the article presented by Dr. Fatima and Dr. Mustapha from Tripoli or University of Tripoli is what or to what extent do Libyan teachers or are Libyan teachers offered with such a training or such a training during their professional careers. So the reality of in-service training in Libya. Now, the focus of the paper is to obtain teachers' voices, to know teachers' attitudes, to know teachers' reactions towards the courses offered to them, and how important these courses were in enhancing their teaching expertise, skills, and competences. The data for the study were collected through two means: a questionnaire distributed to school teachers and university lecturers being offered training courses, and through researchers' diaries. The findings of the study indicate that there is lack of support and encouragement offered by the Libyan Ministry of Education in the area of in-service teacher training. So in the recommendations, we will introduce some recommendations based on this finding. And despite the fact that there is lack of training courses offered to Libyan teachers, the participants held a positive attitude concerning the significance of getting in-service training. Many teachers, many of the participants expressed their favor, their approval of receiving more training to develop their teaching professional skills, no matter what educational degrees they hold. And the recommendations, based on the findings, in-service training should be conducted, as part of institutional or organizational activities designed by the Ministry of Education for the educational staff development. The ministry, along with its Center for Training, the Ministry of Education, I mean, along with the Center for Training and Education Development, should extend well-planned in-service educational programs with clearly defined objectives, growth, and improve of instruction. Important focus should be given to conduct job-related courses that are real, practical-oriented, and relevant to the profession. And generally, or General Center for Training and Education Development should also motivate teachers to engage in in-service training through adequate funding, and appropriate facilitations. And finally, organizers of in-service training should follow high standards regularly in the conduct of in-service training for teachers to ensure uniformity of standards in course content, methodology, and evaluation. That's actually all in my presentation on behalf of dear colleagues from University of Tripoli, Dr. Fatima Tomi and Dr. Mustapha. And thank you very much for your time and for your attentive listening. Thank you very much. Here is Dr. Jaber Abu Shawish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our colleague, Dr. Jaber, for this useful presentation. We actually we are interested by this information, but I have a specific question for you before we open the floor for the discussion. I would be very grateful if you provide us with examples of such activities. I don't know if you have the answer. I was interested in knowing more about these in-service teacher activities. They are not mentioned in the abstract. So I am motivated to know more about these activities. If you have the answer, the mic is yours.
Great. Yeah, sure, I do. From my experience, I'm gonna talk about from my experience as a trainer for training courses or in-service teacher training courses. Actually, there are so many activities that can be held for in-service teachers to develop their professional development, their professionalism, their teaching practices. Amongst those is the teaching or the modern teaching frameworks. So teaching within the framework. So for example, if the teacher is teaching speaking, then there is a modern framework for teaching speaking. It is called the ICRIF. ICRIF, which is an acronym which stands for Encounter, Clarify, Internalize, remember and internalize and fluently use. There are other frameworks like for teaching other skills which should be presented for the teachers, like for example teaching the writing skill using, for example, the framework made by Reims, and Reims is a great scholar, actually interested in teaching writing. There is a framework, and the framework has actually different stages and different steps.
We have lots of activities.
Yeah, there
Lots
are
of
lots,
activities.
and
Yes.
actually, if you are interested, Dr. Amal and the audience, I will pass you some of the activities which we offer for the in-service teachers at the UNRWA
I would be very
schools
grateful,
in Gaza.
Dr. Jaber. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jaber. The floor now is open for discussion. 5 minutes, I think, is enough for discussion in order to proceed with the. Yes.
Dr. Amal.
Yes,
May I say something?
yes, Dr. Jihad.
Thank you, Dr. Amal. Thank you, Dr. Jaber. Personally, I do believe the main goal of in-service teaching is to prepare our novice teacher or the future teachers to take the floor, to live the situation, to be the leader, to be at the front of the class, and focus on the main skills of teaching, and especially women, throughout my experience. When they come to stand at the front of the class, they are shy and they stand and hold that are afraid to fall. So we'd like to give them the experience just to lead the class and to be careful in evaluation, not to criticize. We have to motivate. We have to be polite, careful, not criticizing, encouraging them to live the real teaching experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jihad.
Can I answer Dr. Yusuf's question?
Yes, of course, Dr. Hamli.
Yes. Can I write on the basis of feminism? Dr. Yusuf asked me. Yes, of course, yes. Depending on which side to take, what woman to write about. Yes.
So, Prof, do you think that you will be convincing if you talk on behalf of the woman? I think it's a little bit hard.
Yes,
So,
but yes, I know what you mean. I mean, there are, you know, there are men who are feminists. There are men who are feminists with the PH for F. Have you heard about this word? PH for F. If I support women's freedom, then you are a feminist with a PH for F. And it's a word that was invented 30 years ago, all right? So there are men who support women's freedom, and these men are called feminists with PH. The thing, you say no one can determine the meaning, even the writer himself. Yes, I interviewed novelist Margaret Drabble in July 1990, and she told me, the interview is published, she said that there are readers who are saying things she has never thought about when writing a novel.
As far as I'm concerned, that even as speakers, we don't understand ourselves, because thought is higher than the speech. You know that.
That's right. Yeah,
Sometimes
yes. You're right. Sometimes you're a linguist, you know this. Sometimes people say don't have the words to say.
You're right. I have the idea, but I cannot express the.
That's right.
Thank you, Prof. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dr. Jaber. We appreciate your placement. You appreciate the nice presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Jaber, for the. Thank you, Prof. Mohsen. Actually, it was amazing to hear both of you in this session. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, for the nice conducting of the session.
Thank
Thanks
you
a
very
lot.
much, Dr. Amar. Thank you.
دكتورة أمل دكتورة أمل
actually.
Yes,
اوكي
دكتور
احنا
ماجد.
جاهزين نختم الجلسة وننتقل للجلسة الثالثة إذا سمحتي.
Yes. So
But
thank you.
how about
Thank
the
you
third?
all for your.
How about the third presentation? Isn't it ready?
No,
Not ready. Is it cancelled? يعني is it
Yeah,
cancelled?
the presenter is not present, so it's kind of no one is going to present it on behalf. صح دكتور يوسف، ننتقل للجلسة الأخيرة. على بركة الله، تفضل يا دكتورة أمل.
السلام عليكم.
It's who's Amal? Which Amal?
عفوا دكتور عفوا.
السلام عليكم.
دكتورة أمل النتشي، أنا بحكي مع دكتور أمل النتشي. الجلسة تفضل.
Okay, so let's now the second session. The second session. I would like to thank the presenters who are profound in their knowledge and expertise. Dr. Jaber, Dr. Prof. Hamili, you are an encyclopedia in literature, actually. And I will give you the floor. Prof.
You will give me the floor, and I will give him the floor.
Yes.
You will give me the floor, and
okay.
I have something to say.
The floor is yours, Dr. Majid.
Thank you, Dr. Amal.
Thank you very
جزيلا,
much.
Dr. Amal, for wonderful and excellent presentation. Dr. Mohsen, you've been an excellent presenter, and I guess you'll be an excellent chair for the final session today.
Thank you.
Take care. Be particular for the timing. 15 minutes will be assigned for each presenter. شكرا للجميع وعلى بركة الله. تفضل. دكتور يوسف جاهزين احنا للجلسة الثالثة؟ على بركة الله. تفضل دكتور محسن.
Okay, thank you very much. So, of course, I don't have.
السلام عليكم، لو سمحتوا أنا عندي presentation.
في أي جلسة عندك presentation؟ في أي جلسة عندك presentation؟ تفضلي، في أي جلسة عندك presentation؟ أنت لسه أنت ثالث ورقة يا دكتورة أمل في الجلسة اللي بتبلش الآن. دكتورة أمل، أنت ثالث ورقة في الجلسة اللي بتبلش الآن اللي بيديرها الدكتور محسن. دكتور محسن هو chair person للجلسة الأخيرة، حضرتك رقم 3. Have patience please and thank you so much. Be patient. واضح؟ تفضل يا دكتور محسن.
Okay, thank you very much. So we move to the third session titled Challenges or Remedies of Teaching or Learning English Translation or Literature in the Coronavirus post-pandemic coronavirus. And we have 3 speakers. The 3 speakers. The first is Muhammad Al-Mahrouk, and his paper is titled The Challenges of Teaching English to Basic School Students During COVID-19, the case of international schools in Libya. And Muhammad Mahrouk is teacher at the University of Mascara. Of course, I don't have your bio, yes, Muhammad. So I'm just reading from what's in front of me.
Dr. You can ask him to present himself for the first.
Oh, yes, great. Si Muhammad, so can you introduce yourself, Si Muhammad? Dr. Muhammad Mahrouk.
Dr. Muhammad Mahrouk, are you with us in this conference?
I think he's not with us.
University of Mascara, Libya. Anybody in contact with him? Okay, I guess Dr. Mohsen, you can proceed to the next paper, please.
That's right. So we move to then Noura Bashir Shaghi, and she's with us. Noura, Nora Bashir Shaghi and Hajar Harari Abdallah from the Department of Translation of the University, Faculty of Arts of the University of Zawiya. They are going to talk about investigating the blended learning challenges faced by students of translation in the 6th semester of the Faculty of Arts, University of Zawiya during COVID-19. Ms. Noura, Dr. Noura and Hajar Harari Abdallah are from the Translation Department of the Faculty of Arts, University of Zawiya. The mic is yours. Ms. Noura, تفضل.
Mr. President, member of the committee, ladies and gentlemen who follow us via Zoom program, I welcome you. Me and my colleague Hajar, we hope the pleasure to be among you to present our paper entitled Investigating the Blending Learning Challenge faced by students of translation in the 6th semester of Faculty of Arts, the University of Zawiya during COVID-19. In this presentation, we will cover introduction, aims, previous studies, methodology, discussion, conclusion, and recommendation. Translation is still an important science in many fields such as media and law, but at the same time, translation work is facing a lot of problems. The COVID-19 has forced the teachers to create a virtual learning environment by using e-learning, which contains a lot of online learning methods such as virtual classroom and blended learning. According to Device, blended learning combines traditional teaching approaches and real online learning activities. The main goal of this study reveal the difficulties faced by students of translation. The other goals were formulated. What are the reaction of the student with blended learning? How does blended learning help student? In the previous study, the accurate study agree with the Davis and Kaiser and the others of dealing with the subject of blended learning, but this study is different from and perhaps even disagree with the previous studies in dealing with the importance of using blended learning and challenge faced by students of translation the 6th semester of Faculty of Arts, the University of Zawiya. In the methodology of this study, we use quantitative research to collect the data from the various number of representatives by questionnaire by use one of the most frequently ways represented stylistic by precedent. I let you with my colleague Hajar to talk about other steps.
Welcome. This table will help and guide all of us as how to deal the problems with blended learning. When I asked if blended learning helps students to observe teacher, the high percentage was 50% strongly agreeing. And when asked if blended learning helps to practice and inquire with difficulties they face in the lecture, the high percentage was 55% because of unequal access to technology and some internet service. Some of them cannot participate. when asked them, do blended learning keep you away from the main focus of the lessons? The high percentage was 77%. That's when students say they sometimes get busy on social media and respond to friend messages. When asked it if it was not possible to control the time of the lecture, the answers were 95%, because the students waste time discussing online with colleagues. In the question, if blended learning was constantly updating the information, the high percentage was 40%. And when asked about possibility of cooperation with colleagues, the high percentage was 70%, because they don't meet as usually in college, cafeteria, library, or in transportation. And when asked whether the blended learning can and absorbing text translation, the high percentage was 55%. And when asked whether blended learning helps in interpretation, the high percentage was 85%.
في خلل معين يا اخوان.
لا الصوت
أستاذة نور الصوت غير مسموع.
الصوت يا نور. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
When asked whether it's not possible to adopt the blended learning due to weak internet networks and the lack of suitable equipment, the high percentage was 62%. According to their answers, the university should provide computers to students at nominal price. When come to question if it's difficulties education face due to the high price of internet packages.
الصوت غير مسموع. دكتور ماجد الصوت مسموع؟
لا الصوت المتكلم غير مسموع، احنا سامعين صوت بعض عادي، في مشكلة من عند المتحدث يا دكتور.
بالضبط.
يبدو ذلك.
احنا ما عندناش
أعتقد أنه فقدنا الاتصال مع المتحدثين.
صحيح الصوت غير موجود.
اوكي الان موجود. استاذه نورة تحدثي، نسمعك نشوف.
and
نعم أكملي دكتور محسن تفضل.
they needed to take courses that enable them to practice and use some tools such Microsoft Teams, how to take advantage or recording lecture, and how to use mobile phone to participate and face the difficulties resulting from the unequal access to technology, which was the reason for the poor academic achievements of students at Al-Zawiya University last semester. And the last question when asked whether mixed education made them use Google Translation instead of specialized translator, the high percentage was 46%. Now go to the recommendation. I would recommend that further research to be conducted on students of medicine or technology in order to overcome their problems in understanding lessons and sharing. This category was targeted because the students need to work requires attendance and practice in front of the teacher of the subject. Thank you for your listening.
المايك يا دكتور محسن المايك يا دكتور.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you
very much, Noura Bashir Shaghi and Hajar Harari Abdullah. Thank you very much for the effort. Now, I think Dr. Mahrouk has joined us, and he's going to go back to Muhammad Mahrouk. He's going to talk. He's from the University of Mascara, Libya. This is the only information I have. Of course, you will introduce yourself, Si Muhammad. His paper is titled "The Challenges of Teaching English to Basic School Students During COVID-19, the Case of International Schools in Libya." The mic is yours, Si Muhammad.
Okay, thanks much indeed, dear Dr. Chairman. Hello and welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, doctors and professors. My name is Muhammad Al-Mahrouk, and I am an MA student in Applied Linguistics in the Libyan Academy of Graduate Study. Do you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, so my presentation today is going to be a summary of research study, okay, entitled "The Challenges of Teaching English to Basic School Students During COVID-19, the Case of International Schools in Libya." Okay, so I will cover, inshallah, introduction, methodology, findings, and finally conclusion and recommendation of a study. So before I go any further, I would like to raise an important question just for the sake of having a light discussion. How do we teach English during COVID-19? Well, we know that English language teaching requires practicing a lot of activities inside the classroom. English language, I mean, students, especially young learners, need something that is engaging and amusing, and to help them gain, to help keep their motivation high, we are required to provide an environment which is supportive and engaging. If we go back to the situation before COVID-19, we in fact have the environment of teaching English, especially in our schools, is not supportive and lacks a lot of features in language teaching. For example, we have lack problem with well-equipped laboratories. We have problems with teaching aids such as screens, desktops, and other things, visual aids or teaching aids in the classrooms. Well, now during the crisis of COVID-19, the English language teaching is becoming more and more challenging. For example, now we have a problem. We need to maintain like social distancing between the teacher and the students, as well as the students themselves. The other thing is that we have a problem with the timing. As we know, the Ministry of Education has regulated a certain time for class periods. And occasionally, we have instances of fear from infections by students and also by the instructors as well. Well, the answer to my question might be to say that we safely can move to online education, which has been in fact addressed by the Libyan Ministry of Education, and also have been done by the other countries such as China, Japan, United Kingdom, America, and even Arab countries such as Oman and Saudi Arabia. But again, this is not a one-size-fits-all decision. We know that the Libyan context is something to be addressed in particular. The evidence for this is that the British Council last year in August, on its periodical report, they stated literally that for low resources countries, it is not a good solution to go to online teaching because there is a lack of technology services, and we may agree upon this. The other thing is that the president of the private higher education, Walid Gashoud, okay, he said that the infrastructure of online education in Libya is weak and random, and almost certainly the reason for the lack of success of e-learning in Libya. So instead of proposing, alternative for English language teaching and education in general, because we have as well in our teaching curriculum, instead of bringing good solution, we are bringing another challenges for language teachers. Now we go to the methodology of my study, and first of all, I present the context of my study. The context of my study, I included only international schools. International schools as defined by Libyan Ministry of Education as the schools that apply foreign syllabus in their teaching program, and these international schools are accredited by this international country or international institution. And we have many international schools in Libya and the capital city. There are many international schools in the city of Benghazi and also in the city of Mascara, which is where the speaker belonged to. Now we go to the procedure of the study. I administered a semi-structure and questionnaire to 13 teachers from 2 international schools in the city of Mascara who participated and were able to participate in my study. Based on that, I moved to the main findings of my study. The findings are based on 2 categories: pedagogical issues and other issues are concerned with online learning. Is that okay so far?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so now we go to the first issue, which is related to the pedagogical issues. First of all, we have problems with grouping students in the classroom. So now and after schools reopened and teaching process has resumed, we started to have problems with how to group students, either group work or pair work. Any kind of grouping was very difficult and challenging for teachers, as they have got to maintain social distancing. Also, we have a problem with observing students and give them feedback while they are working on their exercises in the classroom. So again, we have problems with getting away from students, and this makes giving feedback a little bit more difficult than the normal timers. The third issue in pedagogical issues is that students become demotivated from attending and engaging in the classes, because the environment that has been affected by COVID-19 have made the classes very serious, and there is no time to spare for a change or to make students have like something fun and change the classroom atmosphere. The time barely covered the basics of the classes, and teachers need to rush away to finish with their subjects and curriculum in general. The last thing in pedagogical challenges, we have problems with how to plan our lessons. As the teacher stated that we they in fact have problems with finishing the lesson within one setting. For example, they start and the class time finishes before they finish the aspects of they want to deliver on time, which make issues for how to manage successfully lesson plans. Okay, now we go to the second section of the findings, which are the issues with online mode education. First of all, we have problems with technical issues that are relevant to online classes, as teachers and the students are not used to online classes, and this has been documented that many students quit and they just left the classes because they either were not able to start attending these online classes, or they had problems with technical issues which they are not aware of fixing during the class time. The second thing is that material is not complete. These online material that tend to be delivered online. Teachers complain that, for example, they cannot assist students online. It doesn't mean that there is no ways of assessing students, but they don't have. In fact, there is no complete package of teaching online, or how to run like activities, group activities online. This is very difficult for teachers, and as a result, they just wanted to be away from online learning, and they were happy with face-to-face classes. The last
Mohammed, one more minute, Mohammed.
Okay.
1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute. Try to conclude.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay. So finally, parents are not able to assist their children as well, because they are not familiar with how to go back and check what their kids have taken in the classroom. So it is very challenging as well for parents rather than the teachers and the students. So again, briefly, these are the questions that I had to answer. What are the difficulties that that school teachers encounter as a result of COVID-19, and to what extent online teaching is successful in the international schools in Libya? So briefly, we can conclude with 3 main issues. Time is insufficient, communicative activities restricted to the minimum, and online learning needs further improvement. Finally, I have just less than 30 seconds to mention my recommendation. I have 2 recommendations for my study, which are teachers need further training in terms of both online teaching, and also training on how to implement the suitable methodology of English language teaching. Finally, I recommend also to replicate this study to include public schools so the results can be generalized. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks much indeed, dear Dr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of course, time is a challenge, as you know. Thank you. If you have questions, please keep them for the end of the session. I don't know whether Amal Laba is ready. Amal?
نعم.
Yes, Dr. Amal. Dr. Amal is teaches English at the English language department of the University of Tripoli. She's going, of course, you will introduce yourself because I don't have more information about you here. She's going to, her paper is titled Challenges and Difficulties ESL Students Face in Reading. Dr. Amal, can you introduce yourself then start? The mic is yours. تفضل أمل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'm Dr. Laba from the University of Tripoli, the English Department, Faculty of Education. I'm currently holding the HR manager position at the Libyan Ministry of Education since 2017. Thank you for giving us this chance. I'm honorable to be with you today with all the professors from the worldwide.
You're welcome.
Okay, shall I start now my presentation?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm talking today about challenges and difficulties that the ESL students face in reading. As you know, English as a second language learners, they have difficulties in reading and cannot understand everything they read. They have problems recognizing new words. Sometimes the context is too hard for them. So understanding what they read is an issue for them. So they need effective reading strategies to help them to improve their reading skills. The problem statement for my study, the number of students who study English as second language is getting larger in the American schools. These students face challenges in reading different types of texts and understanding various levels of vocabulary. Why I started this study, the purpose of study, the first purpose of my research is to find out aspects of difficulties that the ESL students face in reading English texts. Secondly, I am interested to find out what strategies that the ESL learners use to face these challenges, and are they aware of these strategies or not, and what strategies they use. The study also, it's important for me and for researchers to focus the attention of the ESL teachers to the students' issues in reading so they can assess them in various levels of complexity. The literature review says a lot of things about strategies and issues in reading. The population of English as second language learners represents 11% of the entire population in the United States. These students have to listen, speak, write, and read in the new language. These students provide a diversity that can increase the classroom dynamics, but at the same time, they present challenges for teachers and experts as well. Many of these students have limited proficiency in English, and only 12.5% of them have 8 hours of English language classroom per week. It means they have an hour as teaching English as a second language every day. My questions for this study, in order to understand the reading problems for the ESL students and how the teachers work with these problems, I use this question for the studies. What challenges do ESL students in middle school find in reading? What strategies do ESL teachers use in reading to improve students' vocabulary and reading comprehension? And what skills do ESL students use to help them reading English? I use some questions for the interviews for the students. What does challenge you to understand a reading text? How do you understand the vocabulary you read? And what does help you to understand a reading text? The research design, I used the interpretive approach for this study to understand the difficulties that the ESL students find. The focus of this study is to understand how the ESL teacher and her students in the reading class understand their experience in reading difficulties. This study is conducted in a middle school in the northeast of Ohio. The research starts with introducing the goal of the research to the administration first and the ESL teacher later. The interviewees are the ESL teacher and her ESL students in one class at a middle school in the northeast of Ohio, as I mentioned. The teacher has experienced 15 years in teaching a second language, and there are several interviews with her for data collection. The students are from different backgrounds like Arabic, Chinese, Indian, and European, and they speak their first language at home. The 30 students are male and females, and their ages range from 11 to 13 years old, and there is no preference of gender or ethnic background. Some of the students are in the 7th grade and others are in the 8th grade. These students have an hour, as I mentioned before, an hour of ESL class every day. The data collection was focused on observations from visits to the classroom, to the teacher and her students, observing the strategies that she was using in reading, and trying to observe the students, what strategies they use to trying to understand their texts. Also, interviews were used with teachers and students, asking them about their experience with reading texts. Each interview lasts for 30 to 45 minutes, and all the interviews are conducted by the same researchers. The interviews take place at the middle school in northeast of Ohio. Document analysis. The interview also were recorded and transcribed for data analysis. Also, I use coding for the data analysis. So I was trying to make triangulation by using these data collection, the observation, the interviews, and the document analysis. The data are collected through interviews, observation, notes, and memos. Then I transcribed the data, then turned them into meaningful units. And then these units are coded and describe them by words and categories. Coding the data is continued until all the segments of the data are coded. trying to focus also on validity and reliability of the research. I spend enough time for the interviews with the participants to develop trust and improve the quality and depth of information. Observations of the interviewee is used for more confirmation for the data, and the interviews are recorded and then transcribed to confirm what exactly the participants say. For the ethics, there are no kinds of risks for the ESL students. The data is not used against them, is not going to present the data to their teachers or their answers to the teachers. The participants are given parental permission to sign before starting the interviews, and each participant has the right to withdraw from the interview anytime they choose. The data cannot be shared with anyone of the students or teachers during gathering the data.
Dr. Amal, can you sum up the rest in 2 minutes?
Okay, for the findings, the participants' native language, as I said, are from different from the English language, from different backgrounds. Their previous strategy for learning native language, so they don't have any specific strategy for learning English. So their native language for the doesn't provide them with a chance to practice sufficient reading strategies in English. As I said, they use their background in learning Chinese or French or other languages. The participants explained that the hardest part in reading was understanding the grammar structures and the vocabulary. They lack necessary knowledge of vocabulary, and this causes the difficulty in their studies. They use and they refer to some strategies they use in class: context clues, main ideas, topic sentence, conclusion, summary, and sometimes they are confused between strategies and skills in learning English. Sometimes when I ask them about what strategies they use, they ask, do you mean reading skills or writing skills? So this is one main important finding, that students at this stage in middle schools, they don't have clear cut between strategies and skills of learning. The word strategy is not defined enough in their understanding. Participants need to clarify the use of reading strategies. The explanation of the teacher of the reading strategies that she uses, talking about finding clues, prefixes, suffixes, main idea, summarizing, these are the simple strategies that used by the teachers. Implication and recommendation. The students in this study presented some awareness of reading strategies, but not all of them. Their knowledge is still limited, and teachers need to work more on the knowledge of learning strategies students should have. We need to know the kinds of reading strategies that students use, if they find them helpful or not. We also need to focus on that. The conclusion, the aim of the study was to understand the reading difficulties of the ESL. It's helpful for the ESL students to recognize their problematic areas. It's also helpful for teachers to recognize which strategies or techniques are best for their teachers to solve their reading problems. I think I summarized as best as I could the main study of this paper.
Thank you very much, Amal. I know it's hard to, when you are limited by 1 or 2 minutes. Please, speakers, Dr. Muhammad, Noura, Hajar, Amal, and later Hana, go to the chats where you have where you have questions from the listeners, and prepare answers. Thank you very much, Dr. Amal.
Thank you
indeed,
for, you're welcome.
Yes, indeed, very informative. We move to the last but not least speaker, Hana Abdenbi and Ali Al-Kali, if they are here.
Yeah, here.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm with you now.
So, yes, thank you. So, Dr. Hana Abdenbi and Ali Al-Kali are from Faculty of Education, Zanzour, University of Tripoli. The title of their paper is The Effectiveness of Giving E-Feedback from Libyan English Language Teachers' Perception.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself because I don't have your bio, Hana, and then start your speech, please. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Let's start now. Al-Kali.
We can't hear you well.
Can you hear me now?
Now it's
yes.
okay.
What about now?
It's okay.
Maybe the connection. Is it okay? Can you hear me now? Is it much better?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Hana.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you much. Kali, I'm a lecturer at Faculty of Education of Zanzour, Tripoli University. My presentation today is about the effectiveness of giving a feedback.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you go ahead?
Yes, of course, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. The outline here, we will start with introduction, research questions, literature review, research methodology, results, and discussion. Then in the final, we have a conclusion. Introduction, giving an online feedback. As you see here, integrating technology in teaching, English language teaching is have been paid more attention in the past, and it becomes a necessary option in these days, especially with the COVID-19. So here, giving an online feedback on the students' assignments is one of the vital tasks that the educator do in the virtual classroom. As unique feedback is defined as a giving comments on the student's work through the online platforms such as Google Classrooms, Zoom meetings, or WeChat, and many other online platforms. The ability of giving effective and positive feedback is an art and a critical skill that the teacher should gain in order to enhance the quality of teaching. And quality of teaching here. As any other developed Arab countries, Libyan educational system is recently rushed to shift to online learning due to the COVID-19. So many schools and universities shift to the virtual classes and so on. As you know, in virtual classes, we need to give the students comments. The Libyan teachers has been required to teaching and giving feedback remotely. Consequently, they could be experienced challenges in applying distance education due to the most of them are new users to the online teaching platform. Therefore, this study aimed to investigate the effectiveness of giving e-feedback from the EFL Libyan teachers and the possible challenge of giving effective e-feedback from their perspective. Now, let's move on to the research questions. What's the effective e-feedback from the Libyan English language teachers' perception? And the second question is, what are the challenges of providing effective e-feedback, of course, from the Libyan perception? Now we will move on briefly on the literature review about the effectiveness of e-feedback. Feedback is a significant part in the learning and teaching community and contributes to accomplish the desirable learning and teaching outcomes. And then we have many scholars asserted that the effectiveness of e-feedback depends on the way, type, and the techniques the English language instructor apply in giving feedback. The delivery method of effective digital feedback that can be employed by English instructor are textual, audio, or video passage. And sometimes they use mixed of them, audio, textual, or audio, video, or textual video. Now let's move on. The most important thing is the characteristics of effective e-feedback or online feedback. The effective e-feedback should be, as the researcher said, elaborated and specific. And the second characteristic is timing. The effective feedback is either immediate or delayed e-feedback, and this depends on the level of the task difficulty, the type of skill, productive or prospective, and the prior knowledge of the student. Number 3, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Number 3 is objective, individual, and non-threatening. And then the fourth one is understandable. Effective feedback should be understandable and easy to follow e-feedback. Now let's move on to the challenge of delivering an effective e-feedback. We have 2 points here. As we know, students in virtual classes, usually the interaction will be online and virtual, which is different from the face-to-face interaction. So one of the possible challenges that can face the English educator which is the absence of physical interaction between the teacher and students. And number 2, as I experienced now, bad interaction access or poor knowledge and skills of applying Facebook or platforms for academic purposes. Now let's move on to the research methodology. Research methodology, let's start with the participants. The participants of this study were 33 Libyan English language teachers who have experience teaching online. And then we have 26 females and just 7 males. The instruments that we are utilized in this study is the online survey, the data online survey by utilizing Google Form. The questionnaire were created by the researcher, and the characteristic of the effective e-feedback in this part were adapted from the common themes that identified in the literature review. As you know, we have 30 closed-ended statements and 4 open-ended questions. 16 questions were 5-point Likert scale: strongly agree, disagree, which is equal to, neutral 3, agree 4, and strongly agree 5. The purpose of using open-ended questions in this questionnaire is to triangulate the data and to have a deep insight about the aim of the study. Now let's move on to the data analysis. Data analysis, as you know, the Google Form translated the data from the Microsoft Excel to SPSS version 2 in order to analyze the data, and the percentage, means, and standard deviation were computed in order to analyze the data. Now let's move on to the results. The results of the study here. The questionnaire, I forgot to mention that the questionnaire, the first part of the questionnaire was about the biographical personal information, and then we have one of the questions was about the common online platform and giving effective feedback from the EFL Libyan instructor. As you see here, Zoom meeting was the highest or the most common online platform that used by the Libyan educator in order to join the virtual classes. And then we have the number 2 where Google Classroom, and number 3 is Teams. And the rest of the platform have the equal percentage, which is 3. Now let's move on to the methods of delivering or the delivery of giving effective feedback. As you hear here.
Excuse me, yes, Dr. Hannah, 2 minutes maximum, 2 minutes.
2 minutes only. Okay.
Okay.
As here we have the audio e-feedback, the highest or the most common delivery using. Now let's move on to the effective e-feedback from the Libyan question. As you see here in the table, I just bought the highest percentage or the mean score from the questions. As you see here, point or statement number 14 was the highest one. Almost of the Libyan educator agree that the use of polite and non-threatening language in giving feedback is very important in order to motivate the students to in order to learn the English language. Number 2, we have the 13, which is the effective e-feedback improves the students' performance and increase their awareness of their mistakes and how to develop them. As you know, the good or effective feedback should be not focused only on the weak points, but also the good points and how to develop the weak points to have desirable results from the or a good final product. Now let's move on to the challenges here. The challenge here, as you see, the most Libyan educators said that bad connection, not having knowledge about using emails of chatting, the person could be sensitive, defensive, or stop, or so it can make it a bit hard, not possible. And if you see that if it is misunderstood appropriately by the students that they can't make use of in an effective way, students are not always able to understand the feedback via the internet. That becomes they still be fair to the conclusion. Can conclude that providing effective e-feedback in English language virtual classes requires from the educator being familiar with effective e-feedback qualities in order to gain desirable results from the teaching and learning process. The limitation of the study, this study was limited from the number of the participants, and number 2 is the number of the instruments. As you see that we use just the online questionnaire. Recommendation here, recommendation based on the results and based on the instruments that used in the study, the teachers should increase their awareness of giving online feedback. Therefore, effective e-feedback contributes to motivate and inspire the students. Consequently, it could pause the students' learning production and actively participate in the online learning environment. And number 2, this study was limited to utilize the online questionnaire only. Thus, it's highly recommended to use online interview as a research methodology. And we were to the end. Thank you so much. Really glad to share in this conference. So any question if you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me correct the name, of course. So we have only one speaker. I thought there are 2, and one speaker called Hana Abdenbi Ali Al-Kali. It's only one. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Mahroub, Dr. Noura Bashir Al-Shaghi, and Hajar Harari, Dr. Amal Laba, and Dr. Hana Abdenbi Ali Al-Kali. If you have questions, please.
Just brief question, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Just I want to say notes that on the Facebook, now 1,520 people are watching and 23 shares. So we have maybe about tens of thousands of people are watching for us now. 1,520 now are watching face, 23 share this. So we have maybe I'm up to maybe tens of thousands of people are watching. Thank you very much for doing this. We are great.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Majid, Dr. Jaber, okay, the mic is yours now.
Really good news. Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. This is actually a sign for, you know, the success of our great conference, and this is actually due to your support, your mitigated, you know, let us say, follow up and organization. So thanks very much for the organization of this conference. I highly appreciate.
I'm grateful to the team spirit we have in this conference. Team spirit is the victorious in this conference, and it is a proof that when you work for the sake of others, you will always be blessed. You should not work for yourself. Working for others will make you gain a greater and a greater success. By the grace of God, things are all right, and no words can describe our gratitude to everybody in this conference. And inshallah, looking forward to have many future works, though we are, you know, living in a terrible situation during the hours of this conference, since we are busy all the time, leaving our wives and kids and this and that. But inshallah, things will be safe. Thank you.
Prof Mohsen, is it time for discussion, I guess, or? Yeah.
Yes, Prof.
Well, you have the pendulum.
No. Yeah, we have some questions regarding the presenters. Actually, we have a lot of questions for them. So maybe we have another 25 minutes, something like that, during the session. So the floor is yours, Dr. Prof. Mohsen.
Oh, yes. Okay. Are there any questions for the speakers, for the last 4 speakers?
Yeah, we have a lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the floor is yours, Dr. Yusuf.
Dr. Mohsen, on the chat there are.
Dr. Yusuf, you have a question?
Shall I start? Okay, let me go with Dr. Amal regarding reading. So actually, I was astonished about the use of English as second language, but she justified that it was in the United States and about the participants. But I would ask, have you taken into account dyslexia? You know, dyslexia is maybe is the factors, not just only learning or difficulties. It might be dyslexia. So there's the damage in the brain, maybe that causes. So you know that dyslexia causes maybe hindrance in reading. It's not just only because of the difficulty, not because of the language, but because of the deficit in the brain itself. So have you taken this into consideration, Dr. Aman, while you are making the data analysis? And so what do you think of this point? Dr. Amal, I don't think Amal is here, is he?
I think Dr. Amal has left.
Left, yes. Yes. So this is my question for Amal. So I let the floor for others.
Any question for Dr. Mahrouk?
Dr. Yusuf, in dyslexia, inability to read, you write, actually they won't be able to read in their native language also, not only in the second language.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, I agree. Yeah, but in fact, this is not a difficulty, you know, this is deficit in the brain. So we can never consider dyslexia as a difficulty, learning difficulty.
But as Mr. Jihad said, Dr. Jihad, it is the inability to read anything, not in his own language, not in the second language, not in any language. So This is the idea behind it. So if he can't read in his own language, he won't be able to read in the second. So I think would be available and would be noticed in a research like Dr. Amel's. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Youssef, do you hear us? Me?
Yes, yes, I can.
I wrote a question to Noura about blended.
Yes, Dr. Jihad, go ahead.
And how many face-to-face classes and how many virtual classes were there in the study? Because the percentage blended learning got high percentage, but I'm not sure about what does it mean, mixed learning, blended learning, about the nature of the blended or mixed learning. Were there face-to-face meetings? How many meetings? Were there virtual meetings and how many? Yes, thank you.
Yes, if Dr. Noura is not here, I can't help you, Dr. Jihad. I can't take risks. This is not my field, this business of blending.
Excuse me, Dr. Mohsen.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. If she's not available, that's another. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Mohsen, I have a question actually. Can I go for my question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my question is for Hana Al-Kali, Dr. Hana Al-Kali. So I was actually, listening attentively to her presentation, which was really interesting and informative. But I'm still asking what type of e-feedback, what type of feedback she was concerned with. Was it like, the positive feedback, the negative feedback, the instructive feedback? So it wasn't that clear for me. The question again for Dr. Hana Al-Kali.
That's a good question, but I don't know whether Dr. Hana Al-Kali is here.
I guess tomorrow we have to assure all speakers that they have to stay till we finish the discussion, because it's not fair that people listen to you and to your presentation and you just leave as soon as you finish your presentation. We do respect everybody, and I guess tomorrow we have to just speak about this at the beginning of our session. Thank you, Dr. Mohsen, for understanding.
Yes, you're right.
Hana is here.
Go ahead. Dr. Ahmed, تفضل.
Yes, Hana is here. You can ask her the question.
Yes.
Hana? Dr. Hana?
No.
Hello?
Hello. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Hana.
Please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hi, there is actually echoing. There is
welcome
echoing.
to your questions. Sorry.
Okay, Dr. Hana, so thank you very much for your informative presentation. So my question, Dr. Jabir from Palestine, Gaza, Al-Quds Open University. what type of feedback did you or did your study concern with?
What time?
What type of feedback? So did you, for example, investigate all types of feedback or particular types of feedback?
Yeah, I investigate the feedback, feedback in general, not concentrate on just only the specific type.
Okay, so
there's something wrong with sound.
Hello.
Have you heard the question, Dr. Hannah?
Yep. Hello.
Have you heard the question?
Yeah, I heard the question. If I'm not mistaken, he asked me if I concentrate on. I heard his questions.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we are listening.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm just answering his question about if I concentrate on the particular feedback or the e-feedback in general.
Can you repeat the question? The answer. Can you repeat the answer, please?
Yeah, the answer is I concentrate, my study was aiming to investigate the e-feedback in general, not concentrated on just one type. Because the study is from the Libyan perceptions.
And actually, I'm eager to know whether the e-feedback is different from the normal feedback.
Dr. Hannah. Dr. Hannah.
E-feedback and normal feedback. As you see, it's quite different. It's not a big difference, but yeah. I heard his questions. She asked about the difference between face-to-face feedback and feedback. My answer is e-feedback is quite different from the normal feedback, especially in writing and for oral assignments. So in e-feedback, you need to be an active to read between.
I guess the sound is not quite good, Dr. Mohsen, so we can move forward to another thing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you, researchers. Yes, Dr. Mohsen.
Okay, go ahead. We finished. If you don't have any other question. Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Meher, you said you have a question. If you have a question to Hannah, we have a problem with the sound.
No, thank you. I just called her to come.
Yeah, I saw Dr. Meher is trying to contact her in order to be on the track with us. Well, I think that's fine for today. Dr. Yusuf, would you like to add anything?
It was amazing, the same as yesterday. We appreciate the work of everybody here. We actually appreciate the work that's done by Dr. Karim Aish and Dr. Suhaib behind the scenes. Actually, they are working good job, in fact, regarding broadcasting this event through the Facebook. Thousands of people are watching. Thank you very much, Dr. Jabir, for for the presenters. Thank you, Dr. Majid. Thank you, Prof. Mohsen. Everybody actually, Dr. Amal, everybody actually were. It was fantastic, such as the last day. We hope that next day, inshallah, will be the same, if not better. I find no words to express my gratitude for the whole team, in fact. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Yusuf, I would like just to remind everybody, tomorrow we have 2 key note speakers, and we have 3 sessions with 12 papers. So chair of sessions have to be very punctual, like giving the exact time for each speaker. Otherwise, we will finish at 1 or 2 in the morning for tomorrow. So, anyway, we are enjoying, but I guess it will be a another very long, tiring. But I hope it will be an interesting day tomorrow. So my request for all chair persons of tomorrow's sessions and presenters to be punctual and to adhere to the time allotted to them. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. You can finish our meeting for tonight.
Yes. The other thing is that we finish on time, so almost 9:30, such as we scheduled, the same as yesterday.
Yeah, but tomorrow we have to
well organized. In fact, well organized. You are punctual. You are actually. We are fantastic. I said you are fantastic.
الشكر الخاص للمركز الديمقراطي العربي والجنود المجهولين اللي بنشوفهم، مش دكتور كريم والدكتور حقهم علينا طبعا.
حياكم الله، بالعكس، ويعطيكم الف عافيه وشكرا على جهودكم، واحنا بنقبل فيكم بهاي الكوكبه الرائعه، وان شاء الله تكون اعمال متكرره، وان شاء الله هذا المؤتمر يكون قاعده لمؤتمرات قادمه وورشات عمل قادمه وكتب جماعيه ايضا، وان شاء الله بنتشرف الجميع من الاقطار العربيه كافه. يعطيك الف عافيه على هاي الجهود الرائعه، شكرا لكم.
الله يبارك فيك يا اخي.
تفضل انهي الجلسه. دكتور يوسف تفضل انهي الجلسه رسميا.
بسم الله والحمد لله، ووفقنا الله في انهاء اليوم الثاني بجميع الجلسات. لم يكن لدينا الا متغيب واحد، ونعتقد ان ظروف الكهرباء وفي الكفره في الجنوب وفي مشاكل اعرف القصه. حاولت اتصل به حتى تليفونه مسكر. مع ذلك الامور صارت على احسن ما يرام. بارك الله في الجميع، وان شاء الله ربي يوفقنا بما فيه الخير لرفعه الامه، هذه الامه العربيه، وان شاء الله ربي يوفقكم كلكم وينصر القدس الشريف وينصر اطفال غزه. وان شاء الله المؤتمرات الجايه تكون فيس تو فيس، يا اما في القدس واما في تونس الخضراء، والا في ليبيا، والا في مصر، والا
هذا بدنا وعد من الدكتور صهيب والدكتور كريم انه يعني افتر بوست كورونا بانديميك يكون في فيس تو فيس مؤتمر دولي وجاهي ان شاء الله يجمعنا جميعا في احدى البلدان العربيه، واذا كان بالامكان في
انا من هنا يا دكتور اتبرع، انا ندير كم هوست كلكم في ليبيا، انا نتبرع اني نوفر هذا. انا درت مؤتمرين في السابق او 3 مؤتمرات في السابق، والدكتور محسن كان معي والدكتور احمد والدكتوره ناديه، نتكفل بجميع الاقامه الكامله، من السكن من الاقامه بكل البرنامج.
ان شاء الله مزيد من الاستقرار السياسي، نأمل المزيد من الاستقرار السياسي في
يا رب. لا والله الوضع مستقر يا دكتور،
ان شاء الله التوفيق لكم
باذن الله. دكتور ماجد باذن الله احنا كنا نشتغل مؤتمرات قبل جائحه كورونا جميعها كانت تنسق في المانيا، وباذن الله ربنا يزيح عنا هذه الجائحه، وباذن الله نرجع نعمل مؤتمرات وجاهيه وتكون رائعه واكثر فعاليه باذن الله. شكرا للجميع.
بارك الله في الجميع. تصبحون على
خير. بارك الله فيكم جميعا، والسلام عليكم. تصبحون على خير.
وعلى خير. مع السلامه.
السلام عليكم.